Let's get today. Let's get today. Let's get today. Let's get today.
Always on the run, Captain Hook.
Let's get today. Let's get today. Let's get today. Let's get today.
Always on the run, Captain Hook.
Gabriel, what's good today? What's good today?
One. Suicide, motherfuckers. Shots the dome. We're all in. Fuck it up. Do it again. Ooh, yeah.
Rumble, YouTube, family, what's good? What's happening? Welcome to Ironwork 92,000. I ain't got no name for Thursday. I just don't. Suffering Thuckatash Thursday. That's all I got for y'all, baby. I figured I'd get online today and we chit-chat a little bit. Cut it up. I figured something would happen. I figured there would be something. So I said, let's do something on Thursday. Let's talk a little bit on Thursday. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's Cosby Show day because back in the day, Thursday was special back in the day because the Cosby Show used to come on Thursday. Cosby Show didn't like Family Ties. Then I got older, you know, me being from New York, it was Seinfeld. And I don't know what came on after, but it was like Seinfeld. But anyway, welcome. Glad to have the family in here. Let's see who we've got, eh? Who do we have here? Mr. Nate X. Yes. Good evening, sir. How you doing, man? It's good to see you, man. Good to see you, Mr. Nate X. Jim Anus. Ay. Jim Anus, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Always a pleasure. ABC. No. I'm not leaving YouTube for Rumble, but I have to set everything up just in case, because you know how YouTube likes to do things and cut things out and remove things and censor things. So I'm just preparing just in case. That's all it is. But just in case, we have a fallback plan, and that fallback plan right now is Rumble. And I'm sure Rumble will follow along the same lines of YouTube, and then I'll have to find something different, you know? So it is what it is. Sean Aoki. Where there's ABC, there's Sean Aoki, and where there's Sean Aoki, there's ABC. Excuse me, guys. Man, whew. It's Thursday wings today. Tonight was wings night. So I got some wings. I got unhealthy a little bit. And I decided to have some wings, man. Some of them habanero stuff. Whatever, man. It is what it is. Sean Alki, welcome to have you. Good to have you, brother. Welcome. Roger Ledwell, man. You be up. Roger Ledwell never sleeps, man. He's like the children of the night or something, man. Roger Ledwell never sleeps, man, but it's good to see you. It's good to see you. Always a pleasure. Christy Lee Dolls. Christy Lee Dolls. It's good to see you, sis. Welcome. Glad to have you here. I've never seen you here, but as you come in, please relax, kick your shoes off, take a seat, help yourself to the fridge, the digital fridge, of course, and make yourself at home, man. Mi casa, su casa. You know what I'm saying? But it's good to have you. It's good to have you. Yeah, man. Oh, Sav. Oh, my God. Look at who it is. Sav is here. What's going on, Sav? I saw you come on earlier today, and I was like, oh, he's transmitting a little bit early. But it's good to have you, man. It is good to have you, Sav. All right, man. And tonight's Thursday. I know you did a show on Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? So, man, it's good to have Sav in the house. You go ahead, drop that joker right in now. Yeah, man. And as you guys come in, man, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you guys in the house. Derek Nelson, what's good, bro? Derek Nelson in the house, man. I thought you was going to leave us for good the other day, bro. You kind of had me shook a little bit. I was like, oh, man, D. Nelson's gone, man. His brother's gone for good. That sucks. But good to have you, man. It's good to have you, and it's good to see you, man. Know what I'm saying? So, guys, as you guys come in, Ida Hill, what's going on, sis? Good to see you, girl. Good to see you. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. Dr. Bose. Dr. Bose knows because he got all the hose. Pantyhose, that is. Pantyhose or garden hoses. I'm not talking about those other hoes like bad ladies or nothing like that. The other ones. Pantyhose, man. Dr. Bose. Welcome, Dr. Bose. It's good to see you and glad to have you tonight. Saddle Bum. What's going on, homie? It's good to see you. Roger Ledwell. Roger, man. Roger changes his shit all the time. Sometimes you be having some crazy pictures in there. Right now, it's the Kool-Aid man. You just be tripping, man. You got me all fucked up. But it's good to see you anyway, man. You know what I'm saying? We got Junk Fam. What's happening, Junk Fam? Never seen you here before, but hey, pleasure having you. Welcome. Make yourself at home. Kick your shoes off. Mi casa, su casa. Welcome to the digital house. And just make yourself at home, man. And enjoy the crowd, man. Everybody, it's all love in here. It's all love in here until you start to cut up. Then the crowd will turn into white blood cells and turn on your ass. It's cool, man. It's a natural progression of things. If you start acting up, the crowd kind of eats you alive. So it's all good. Just ask Professor Phil, who I haven't seen in a while. I haven't seen Professor Phil in a while. And I am Wilson, and Brenda as of late. So these guys usually come in here, except for Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil is pretty respectful. Them other guys come in here causing trouble. It's all good. Because we need our episodal dose of trouble. You know what I'm saying? So I welcome it. I totally welcome it. So yeah. Yeah, man. It's good to see y'all. The True Few. Hey, brother, what's going on, man? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let me tell y'all something. There is the True Few, man. And again, welcome. It is good to see you. And I pray to God that I miss nobody. Dave, what's going on?
What's up, man? You're a brave man coming out here onto this platform. You know, the last time that I applied for monetism, they said, we can't approve your monetization because you talk about controversial subjects that are harmful to people. And I'm like, I'm waiting to see a death certificate with the cause of death listed, controversial topics. Oh, man. Wow. Again, another death due to controversial topics. What will we ever do?
bro, you're gonna have like 100,000 subs and can't nobody pay you nothing. Ain't that some
That's
shit?
all right. That's all right, man. We're migrating, going over, gonna
Yeah.
start doing some
There we
exclusive
go.
shit over on Rumble.
There we
You
go.
know, I'm sorry, YouTube, if you haven't noticed the increase in the frequency and length of commercials, they're fucking desperate, man. They're getting desperate. They're cutting their own throats with this shit. And
Yeah,
people are
man.
going over and watching content that's actually hitting on the issues instead of this nanny state censored crap. See?
Yep.
And you know, some people are reluctant to go because they've been stuck on YouTube for all this time. And I'm sorry, man. Just like everything else, things get old and wither away. And in this case, it seems to be that they're destroying themselves.
Yep.
Look at the source of much of the commercials. They aren't from private companies. The biggest, longest commercials they put on here are from Medicaid and other government shit. Who else can afford to put a commercial out that long, right? You pay for the length of your commercial. You know, that's what you do. And the longest ones that they got going are all these government bullshit. See?
Oh wow. I didn't even notice that. But this is starting. Wow, this is what's keeping this YouTube afloat.
Yeah. Consequently, those are going to be advertiser dollars. And if you don't go with the advertiser's wishes, they threaten to pull their money because of the golden handcuffs. See, that's how they get everybody. And that's so consequently, that gets passed along to the creators. They're limited by the golden handcuffs as well. I mean, that's not saying that the overlords at YouTube, who seem to be primarily at the top positions from a certain tribe, do not want certain information reaching the public.
The synagogue of Satan at it again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Golly,
Let me go turn off my
man.
TV out here, man. I'm hearing us both. I don't know if you guys can hear the echo or not, but I sure can. I'll be right back.
Yeah, do your thing, man. Do your thing, bro. Yeah, man. Fort Jacks, what's happening, homie? It's good to see you, man. Fort Jacks. Smoking on a 2-packs. What's happening? Professor Phil, what's happening? We was just talking bad about you. Let me stop. We wasn't talking bad about you, but your name did come up. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you, Professor Phil. Long time no see you, man. Long time. But again, it's good to see you. I think Undoctrinated was in here too. Undoctrinated, what's going on, man? It's good to see you. Undoctrinated, how you doing, man? How are you? Yeah, man. So the same problems that Sav's got, I could tell you right now, I'm gonna have those same problems because like every other video that I have is a controversial topic. So if that's what they're basing off of, if they're going to use that as a criteria to be monetized or not, I'm probably not going to get nothing. I ain't going to get nothing. It's all good, man. I have like 38 cents sitting in my bank in Rumble though. I got some money. I got a little bit of change, y'all. Know what I'm saying? I got me a little something. Matter of fact, yo, while y'all at it, why don't y'all go ahead and subscribe to my Rumble channel? Hold on. Before I sit there flapping my gums all goddamn day, man, let me get y'all my Rumble channel over here. Oh, I lied, y'all. I lied. I have 139 pennies to be exact. Okay. I have 139 pennies out this bitch from Rumble. No joke. But it's cool, man. At least, you know, there's progress, man. I got $1.39. I think I could buy a bottle of a bottle. Yeah, I could buy a bottle
I'm
of
going to tell you
some
something.
kind of
I'm going to tell
water.
you something.
Yeah.
This is the thing now. Outside of like Cash App donations I get and other donations I get in the mail or whatever else like that. Okay.
Mhm.
I don't get shit from YouTube. Okay. I don't get nothing from them. They don't want me to get nothing from them. That's fine.
Wow.
Now, although I don't make much on Rumble yet, they at least pay me.
Yeah.
Now, I just got a notice for minimum cash payout the other day, and I went ahead and cashed it. It was $60 some odd. But you know, I've got a number of videos that have come out in the last couple of weeks that have almost gone up to 2,000 views on Rumble.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
That is
So,
fire right
I
there.
think that by concentrating on that, and what the thing is we can start the ball rolling on a conversation and then say, hey, we're going to continue this conversation, but they won't let us do it the way we want to here. We're going over there. Here's the link. Follow us or don't.
Yes. That's right.
And it's sort of a way of separating the wheat from the tares as well.
That's
Are they
right.
watching you for the content, or are they just here for the fucking chat? Or that kind of thing. It's like, look, we're talking about some serious issues here that people need to get their heads around really big. And if you're just here for the dancing girls, well, that's not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah. Ain't no dancing girls here. Ain't nobody dancing here. We tell it like it is, man. Whether folks like it or not, it is what it is. Hey, guys, it looks like there's a little bit of hate in here. Please, no hate. We just want love and friendship. And every once in a while, we'll bash somebody that's doing wrong in here. And y'all know who it is. I could buy an egg now exactly for $1.39. It's got to be uncooked. I can buy an egg.
Who's
But
Phil?
Phil, Professor Phil is a professor in the land down under.
And a professor of what?
Yeah, that's right. Phil, what are you a professor of? I forget.
Because I have a THC in cosmology and an LSD in philosophy. So,
boom. That's a good one. I've got 2 degrees. Okay, I've got 2 degrees. This armpit, that armpit. Get it? Degree like deodorant. Huh? I'm here all week, y'all.
Gotcha.
So Phil,
I was late. I'm sorry. I was late.
So Professor Phil, he is our channel skeptic. Him along with a couple of others. He's the channel skeptic, but he's very respectful. So Professor Phil comes in here and he pleads his case. Of course, we shoot it down, and he doesn't accept
does Professor Phil or Professor Bell, however he wishes to be referred to, would he be willing to come up and have a logical, coherent discussion based on these things? Because it can be done. You folks saw that it can be done. Did you catch my discussion with Kent?
I think Professor Phil would actually. I think he'd be down to do it one day. I'm assuming you would, Professor Phil. Okay. So he teaches both physics and chemistry.
Oh, perfect.
So he's in the science field. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, I used to have another physics professor that came around.
So we all love Professor Phil in here, even though he's a skeptic. It's fine. But yes, if you would like Professor Phil, anytime, please. You know what I'm
skeptical as all hell. I'm skeptical as all hell. We'll get together fine because I'm a demonstrable realist.
There we go. See?
I stick with what can be demonstrated, what can be proven. I don't delve off into theoretical nonsense, claptrap, and bahooey. We stick with it. If you can't demonstrate it, if you can't reproduce it, it's just claptrap and bahooey.
That's right. All fake. All fake. And this is I tell you what, y'all. This is what we need to get through to every single true earther, flat earther around, right? And yeah, there we go. So cool, Professor Phil. I ain't gonna give you shit. All right, I might rib you a little bit, but it's all love, it's all respect over here. So we're gonna treat our guests with respect, totally. 44 Jackson. What's happening, family? And Professor Phil, he goes along with all the discourse, and we agree to disagree up until he becomes a believer. You know what? Here's what I think. This is what I think, and I don't think I'm wrong. Professor Phil thinks this earth is flat.
Of course.
He isn't going to come out and say it, because as soon as Professor Phil comes out and says, "Oi, mate, the earth is flat. Kangaroo, didgeridoo, marmite, Vegemite." You know what I'm saying? If he says all of that, they're gonna come hunting his freaking Crocodile Dundee ass down. I'm telling you that right now. They're gonna come hunting his ass down. So then I could see Professor Phil, yes, continue your discourse as a skeptic. I get it. But I sincerely believe you know what time it is. You know what it is. You see the tides starting to change. You could sense those changes in the wind, and you're a sense. You seem like a sensible dude. So I'm going to give you the credit where credit's due, and call you then a flat earther in the closet. I guess you could say the flat earther in the closet is Professor Phil, right? He knows the Earth is flat. Yeah, see, undoctrinated knows what time it is. He knows the Earth is flat, but we won't admit it. We'll start taking money. We'll start taking money to teach us something. It's a, hey man, hey man, you know what's fucked up? Here's what's really jacked up. Is this is part of why, before I continue, let me say what's up, Valley Parks. What's happening, family? It's good to see you. Good to see you, Valley Parks. So this is why I had the title the way it's set up, right? We all know, I'm sure you can answer this, Sav, but Trump just appointed you. Yeah, see you laughing already. You already know. So he appointed Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy as what?
I'm not really sure what I think they're creating government efficiency department or something. So we're going to create a bureaucracy to eliminate bureaucracy.
Yep.
Is that what I'm understanding? Okay. Yep. I do picture that scene in Office Space, though, when they were having those efficiency experts in there interviewing everybody. And he's like, so tell me, what is it that you would say that you actually do around here? And the guy's like, I'm important, goddammit, I'm important.
Yep. So now it's as if Elon Musk has the keys to the kingdom, the way he's set up right now. So not only is he working as a contractor for the government, but now he is
a chicken in every pot and a brain chip in every head. There we go, baby.
Yep. And people will be happy. That's what he wants, right? And so now he's in a position, a government position. It looks like it's a cabinet position, right? So him, and this is one thing I noticed, or two things, I guess you could say. Him and Vivek Ramaswamy, 2 billionaires. They're looking to use 2 billionaires to curb waste. So my thing is, what do and I'm not saying that these guys aren't efficient or proficient at what it is they do, but I mean, with these guys being billionaires, do you really think they give a hoot about anybody's life, anybody that's not making money the way they are, anybody else's lifestyle?
No,
anybody that might be getting, I guess you could say some government aid.
They made their fortune off the exploitation of others. Okay, there's no simple other way around it. It's not free market, it's capitalism. Capitalism is shit. Okay, the government reflects the type of economy that a society has. It's not the other way around. So if you want to see some change there, we got to change it down here, and we got to start practicing the free market and not capitalism. If you don't know the difference, I strongly suggest you find out.
So then when you talk about the free market, like make it extra plain for us, if you don't mind.
This is the free contracting between individuals in any kind of a business practice. It's unfettered and unregulated. Okay, the price determines the market. It's not artificially screwed with like we do now, where they pay farmers to not grow corn to keep corn at a certain price and shit like that. Listen, I'm going to see if I can get them dumb bastards to pay me to not grow corn. I mean, think about that. We're going to pay you to not do something. Okay, thank you. I mean, that's
pay me to not kill nobody.
Yeah. And what happens is you start getting these big conglomerate corporations. You can't have that. When you do that, then they start wanting to be considered as an entity. And then when they're considered an entity, then they find loopholes into controlling our political discourse through their massive amounts of profit. There again, through the exploitation of individuals. Why would I want to go make shit for somebody else if I could make it myself and compete with the guy in the market? The problem is they make it too hard for anyone to actually do any kind of an entrepreneurial endeavor that's going to make a dent in anything.
Mm-hmm.
You see, and they do that through more bureaucratic red tape and regulation and having to get your permission to run a business and all that. Listen, nobody has a right to interfere between a peaceable, agreed transaction between two consenting adults, whether that's for drugs, sex, biscuits, eggs, a car, whatever else. That is between the two parties involved, not anyone else. That's all. That's
true.
free market.
That's true. I mean, there are times where we've lost guns in the river.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, well, that's losing guns in a river.
Yeah.
So,
and that one, I'm going to tell you people something right here. When you feel like you got to hide your guns, that means it's time to fucking use them. Okay.
unfortunately, y'all, that's the reality of it. That's the reality of it all. This system is totally upside down. And yeah, you hit the nail right on the head, Saab. I mean, you're supposed to report these things. Anytime you make a sale of anything, you must report it. And I'm like, who the fuck you just sold a generator from your house? Who the hell you gonna report that to? Are you serious? You just sold a car that's a heap of junk to a guy that knows what he's doing with all these goddamn tools he's got. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you gonna report that to? And he's like, hey man, I'll just knock off the goddamn VIN and whatever other serial with it. And it's I was like, hey man, thank you. Bye. See ya.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense. It's almost as if we're being trapped over here. Rumham Solar, what's good, brother? I didn't see you, but I can't find your comment. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to post that joke once more. Bazaar, what's happening? I saw and half what's happening half. It's good to see you, brother. I saw Bazaar in here, but no, that's exactly it. Now, here's the thing that I find crazy. We have these problems with efficiency in the government, which to me, I think it's all bullshit anyway. It really doesn't matter. So Trump is like it's like he's a kid picking his favorite people to do the craziest things. It's like me as a kid. I had this football game from my Commodore 64. I don't know if you're familiar with that keyboard video game thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had the Commodore 64 computer, and it was a football game that I had, right? And my favorite team at the time, this was like 1988, was the New York Giants. So then they were like, hey, you could name your players on this. I said, ooh, let me name my players. So then I said, all right, I'm going to name my players my favorite people. So I was like, all right, so there's Hulk Hogan, there's Coco Beware, there's Bruce Lee, there's Optimus Prime, there's Shipwreck from G.I. Joe. So basically every character that was cool back in the 80s was part of my starting lineup on my football team. This almost seems, but here's the thing. Bruce Lee's not qualified. He's dead, but he's not qualified to play no fucking football.
I would not put it past that guy at all. I mean, we're talking about a guy that could do over 100 push-ups one-handed with his index finger and thumb. Okay, we're also talking about a guy that could kill a man from 1 inch away with a punch. Not only that, he could do that, really do that Mr. Miyagi shit and catch a fucking grain of rice with chopsticks. I would probably, if he was going to get on a football field, I'd say that motherfucker's going to be a star. Watch. That guy was everything he believed he could do it, man.
But I don't know about
I saw him whip a dude's ass in ping pong using nunchucks to hit the ball back. I'm not kidding you.
Lord.
I'm not making it up. That's on video, man. And it's old like TV video of him doing that shit.
That was fake. That wasn't real. He didn't really
No,
play
that
with those chucks.
Yeah, that was real, bro. That dude was amazing.
He was, but then again, it's like I'm putting Bruce Lee to play as a lineman for the New York Giants, or to play as a quarterback, or I'm using Hulk Hogan to be the wide receiver. So it's like I'm putting all these people that aren't qualified to do these things to be in these positions. Seems as if our new president is doing the same thing. Now, whether these things count for anything or not, I don't think so. I think it's all a facade. But to see the caliber of folks, 2 multi-billionaires, both in Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, to be the guys dealing with efficiency, government efficiency. But then I'm like, who needs the most efficiency out this motherfucker? Who do you think? What's the one government entity that if anybody needs to be trimmed down, these guys need to be trimmed down? My first thought was none other than NASA. I said, wow, Elon Musk works alongside NASA. Wouldn't it be wise if he's the Doge guy to go ahead and trim NASA? So what's he going to do? I know what he's going. Now that's a rhetorical question. I know what he's going to do. You know what he's going to do. We know what he's going to do. So this is a peculiar situation that I feel we're in. He's in, because it's like, okay, what do? You want to expose all these guys? Are you going to expose NASA for being a liar? What are you going to do? You're trying to go to Mars, aren't you? So what, is NASA the liar that we thought that they were? Or are you just going to keep continuing the lie? You're making a lot of money off of this. Who's going to tell us the truth? Now, I don't know how a lot of you guys feel in the chat about Elon Musk. For the most part, I feel that many of us in the flat earth community feel that he's an absolute shill. He's a liar, right? Some people feel otherwise. Some people feel that he's got something to bring to the table. That's fine. At the end of the day, we know the earth is flat. We know that there's places you just can't go. It's not possible. But he's playing this game a different way. So what do you think, Sav? And chat, what do you think?
I don't know, man. I'm looking at all this, and they're setting all the pieces on the board and everything, but I'm also got this little nagging thing going on in my head saying the fat lady has not sung yet. Okay, the fat lady has not sung yet. Everybody was jumping around going, yeah, Matt Gaetz, Attorney General, all right, and then he steps down and he puts in some other broad who's like a terrible record as an AG. But as long as she's a Zio freak, that's cool.
That's it.
As long as she's a Zio freak, that's what we're after right here, because we're going to make America great again. All right. This is what you're seeing right here. The fat lady hasn't sung, and it doesn't even matter. There's a lot of strife going on, and you've still got a few months before something happened or whatever. Let's not forget that they have already set up drills and all the preparations in place for a mass casualty event in Washington, D.C. They've extended the parameters of the continuity of government bill in order to include more provisions, including the authorization of American troops to fire on civilians. Okay, so you got to keep looking at the whole picture right here, the whole picture. They've already seeded people's minds with assassination attempt 1, an assassination attempt 2, an assassination attempt 3. And then somebody threw some shit out there today saying there's a bunch of ambulances and cop cars up around Mar-a-Lago. Stay tuned. And it was just part of a motorcade. But people are already primed for that. Come on. Yeah. So we got to really wait. We can look at what they do and everything. But like I say, the fat lady hasn't sung yet. We have not seen the closing act of this part of the show yet.
That's true. And we haven't even mentioned the whole fact that now they're talking about aliens again. Now the aliens, it's funny. The aliens ain't coming out of the sky no more. Now they're coming out of the water.
Oh, yeah. Ain't that funny?
I'm like, oh, okay. And now they're talking about
water.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh, well. So it's not like they've really been lying. But here's the thing, man. Like, they so don't want to say this world is flat. They'll say everything. They'll be like, well, Santa Claus may not have been real, but you know, Christmas is in a few weeks. They'll say anything other than the world is flat.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say it all. So now it's a matter of money, I think. Money, and once you shine that light of truth on a bunch of liars, which Elon Musk is one of them, unfortunately. Sorry, it is what it is. Then how's he going to make? Well, I think he's still going to make his money because people are going to find a way to defend him anyway. But then once he exposes himself to being a liar, then what? What happens with his brand? What happens with his car? What happens with these space shuttle missions? Space shuttle missions, these SpaceX missions. What happens?
Oh, come on, man. I don't know, man. I know that there is a final offensive. There is this big, huge push right now that reeks of desperation, and that includes the final experiment, the tactic of putting out fake flat earthers to look like idiots, putting out people that claim to be ex-flat earthers, right? That's everything that they're doing shows the desperation for them to keep the lid on this ball. And it just, despite their best efforts, it's not working. And the more desperate they become, the more apparent it becomes, and the more flat earthers that are created. I mean, this is just how it is working out. And for them to think that they somehow have some kind of a fix for keeping a lie under wraps, I think it's hilarious. I really do.
Yep. All we could do is sit back basically and watch the show.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the shit go down.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be funny for some, but it's going to be a sad day for many others.
Well, I had a great example of an average person of intelligence that just really believes that the earth is a globe because that's what they've learned their entire life. And this person was able to actually consider my points and tell me those are some things that I'd never considered before, and actually have an intellectually honest discussion about the globe versus the level earth. And I think we broke the internet. It was amazing. And I made a new friend, even though he thinks these things, you know, it doesn't matter. He and I have had some awesome conversations on Messenger the last couple of days. And he's an intellectually stimulating human being.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I've planted some seeds. Those things that he had never thought of before they're gonna worm their way in and go, wait a second, somewhere in there. Yeah.
And what it is that it's easier. It's easier
Mhm.
because when you have the truth on your side, there's so many different resources to pick from. And it's like, here, use this. Just look, pick a spot, look, and then figure the rest out yourself. I don't want to put anything else in your head other than that the earth is flat. You could figure out how I got there through your own. Yeah.
You have to come to it yourself. I
Yep.
can just give you the things that you've never considered. That's the best I can do, is give you the things that have never been considered, show you the physical impossibilities that were glossed by you before you had critical thinking skills and you never revisit them. You know, that's a long time ago. Hell, we're way off onto the planets orbiting around big stars and shit. And you never even thought about how in the fuck you get a big ball of gas in space. You know, that one's gone. You don't even bother with that. So
yeah.
Those are
like the obvious ones that you would think that they can just be like, okay, yeah, that's bull.
That's why they blow them past you before you have critical thinking skills, man. Same time as you've got Santa Claus you believe in, Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny, all this other nonsense. They take all the rest of them away and leave you with the globe. No, all the rest of those are bullshit, but this thing's real. There, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Man, and exactly, yeah, right. Oh, this one, they're not lying about this. Those other things, yeah, those are lies.
Yeah.
But this one is the real deal. Yeah. And I'm like, man. But now I think it's good. It's a good time now because people are so frustrated. A lot of people they're so uncomfortable, so frustrated that they're looking for a reason as to why this stuff is all jacked up. And it's easier to come to the truth when you have nothing but time to admit the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
It's
if it
like,
comes down to where your every logical refutation that you've ever presented against the flat earth has been logically destroyed. And the only thing you really got left to hang on is, well, there's a big consensus and I can't figure out a motive. All right. Vlad and I, we're detectives, right? We get called to a scene. There's a man laying on the floor. He's got a chalk outline around his body. He has several knife wounds in his back. He's laying face down with a knife sticking up out of his back. Vlad and I conclude that this was obviously a murder. Our lieutenant walks in and says, "What do you got, guys?" And Vlad says, "Sir, it looks like we have a murder." And he says, "Well, what's the motive?" And we say, "We're not sure what the motive is yet." "Well, then how do you know it was a murder?" That's what you're faced with. That's your biggest contention is I can't figure out a motive as to why they would lie about the shape of the earth. That same thing. I don't give a fuck what their motive is. The fact of the matter is they lied, and it's evident.
that's it. That's
Go
it.
ask them why they lied.
Exactly. And the fact that they keep putting the bullshit out on us day in, day out without even batting an eye.
Yep.
I'm just like I'm like, you can't make this stuff up. Oh, let me show you what I came across today. Let me show you what I came across
All
today.
right.
These guys do not quit. Let me tell you.
Methinks the lady doth protest too much. That's
Man, I'm telling you. So this right here. So this is something that we've been calling for quite some time. I know I have. Let me show y'all this right here. Okay. What we got? Hold on.
no, I have that same. It was amazing because I have that same living room with the Steinway, Dr. Bose. I do.
Oh yeah.
I think
Oh,
Vlad's probably got it too.
I've got a little Actually, mine is a mine is not a Steinway. Mine is a goddamn, what's that other company? Um it's the Kimball and not Kimball and Son. I'll forget it. It was a good joke. Mr. Bus. I forgot the name of my piano. Mine is a
See?
Wurlitzer, not a
See,
Steinway.
see, mine's right back here. Right back
Yeah.
here.
You look
Yeah,
at that little
it's
Steinways and
stock.
Son.
It's a stock background that comes with StreamYard.
You know what's funny is the amount of producers of pianos back in the day. There's
Oh, yeah.
so many different people that made pianos, good ones, to make a acoustic piano back in the day took a lot of effort. There are a lot of people that made them, a lot of companies.
Yeah.
You don't see them no more.
Yeah.
Baldwin, that's who I was thinking of.
Baldwin. Yeah. It was
Baldwin was a big one.
Grinnell. Didn't Grinnell used to make
I don't know.
pianos too? Seems that way.
And here's
Seems like
another thing.
the
For all you
upright.
guys, yeah, and for all you guys that don't know, all acoustic pianos come serialized. And they come serialized and they become part of like a database, like, believe it or not.
No
And
way.
so this is especially good for anybody that tunes a piano. So if you tune if you get a piano tuned, right, and you pick it up and say you leave New York, you move to California, anytime you pick it up and you move it, now you have to have it retuned
Yep.
because it has to get adjusted based on the area that you're in because the
Mhm.
humidity might change, right? It's ambient environment changes.
I have
So
does that with the guitar too. I mean, I have
Yeah.
to retune my guitar depending on humidity and temperature conditions.
makes
You
sense.
know, I'll tune my guitar and not even touch it, and then turn around, pick it up the next day, and it's like flat. Exactly the same amount of flat on each one of the strings, and I put the tuner on it, and I'll take it back to where it's supposed to be.
Wow. That makes sense. That makes sense because the soundboard on a piano is almost the same like it would be, I guess, on a guitar joint.
Well, and the
with
strings are metal. They're going to stretch and contract. They're going to
Yes.
contract and expand due to temperature as
Yes.
well.
Huh. Okay. So these things get serialized. You open up the body of the piano, you can see the serial number somewhere in there. And then it comes with like a little certificate. Yeah, this is your piano. It's certified, blah, 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 blah. Now, the guy that tunes it, he updates that number. Based off of that number, he updates when your piano last got tuned. You know what I'm saying? So that if in case you move, the next guy that does a tuning on your piano could refer back to that serial number and see, hey, you got your piano tuned at this time. It's you're not within specs, but you're not too far out of specs to where I won't bust any strings or nothing like that. You know what
You
I'm
know,
saying?
I bet they leave something like a little sticker or something on the inside of the lid or whatever, like they do when you get an oil change.
I think
You know?
I think on that certificate they sign like the date. It's kind of like a
Mhm.
qualification card. Like they
Yeah.
signed this date.
But
It
I
was
mean,
signed.
even like you could lift
Done.
up the cabinet on the thing, and they might probably put some kind of a little label or something
I can
inside
see
there
that.
saying last tuned such and such,
Yes.
and then their initials or whatever. Just
Yeah, I can see
like
that.
when you get an oil change and they put the little sticker in the
Put the
car so
sticker
that the
on.
next mechanic knows what the mileage was and how long ago it was when it was
Yeah.
changed. Yeah.
Yeah, man. And this is crazy because now they have a database for all those things. So if you have an old piano that you were given, donated, whatever it was given to you, and it's in your house, go look inside for that serial number. You could bounce that serial number off
Mm-hmm.
of the database that's currently on the web.
Huh.
Whatever, Philadelphia used to make pianos. They made pianos for like over 100 years. I don't think Philadelphia makes pianos anymore. But
You can do
yeah.
that you can do that with a Glock too. I went and traced back my Glock and found who the first owner of it was and the manufacturing date. It was manufactured 1980, and its first owner was the Metropolitan DC Police Department.
Oh wow. And they just sold guns. Wow. Guns for
When you become
guys and gals.
obsolete, it's a Gen 1 G17, so it doesn't have any like accessory rails on it or anything like that under the barrel. Like now they have a thing where you can put a light
A
or a
light.
laser or something like
Right.
that. It didn't have that. It's the original Gen 1 Glock 17. Collectors
Wow.
are hot to get one, and I ain't getting
Really?
rid of mine. That thing, I've never had an unreliable. It's never been unreliable once. That thing you can fire. I fired 33 round magazines through that fucking thing, and it just keeps going pop, 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 pop,
God,
pop,
dog.
all day long.
Frank Monday, what's happening, homie? It's good to see you,
What's
man.
happening, Art? All right. You getting ready for the
Yeah.
weekend?
Yeah, man. We getting ready, man. We getting ready. So after I'm done here, I'm going back to work because I do a little bit of work at home from time to time. You know what I'm saying? So I got to get back to work. I got a couple of things I got to take care of. But man, I know you out there in China enjoying yourself, eating that chicken fried rice and stuff like that.
You got that right.
Hell yeah.
Is this
Hope it ain't cat.
So
it's tomorrow
no.
Thanksgiving or something?
They're coming after your cats.
Oh yeah, tomorrow Thanksgiving.
They're eating the dogs.
They're eating
Where
the
do you
dog.
get
Yeah, go ahead.
Ironworks? You West Coast or East Coast?
I'm
Yeah.
East Coast. Actually, when me and
Okay.
Saab, we're like neighbors almost.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sovereign,
Let me-
greetings. Good to see you, man.
Wait a second. That can't be right. Hi, how
Stop.
you doing? I'm trying to figure out, is today Thanksgiving or something?
No, I think that's next week. I'm pretty
Ah.
sure it's next week. Yeah.
Because I'm looking at my little calendar right here and it's that's next week. Okay, because it's underneath of it. All right, I got it.
Mhm.
I was like, see, I don't pay attention to holidays at all because I'm like, here's the thing about holidays. They're just reset marker points to keep you placated throughout the year. Think about this. You live in this fucking schedule, right? Every day, the same thing. The only way we differentiate it is by the days of the week, right? It's Monday. Oh, it's Blue Monday. Taco Tuesday. It's Hump Day, right? And then we go through this whole thing. Then comes the weekend. That's where you're the end of your weakness throughout the working time, right? You come to your weekend, you usually have the same thing you do every weekend. You make plans to do things that you don't, blah, blah, blah. And then we do this every month. We have the same thing, but then we denote those with a special little marker day like St. Patrick's Day, Easter, it's this day, it's that day, blah, 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 blah. Then we come around and we watch a ball come down and we all cheer and we make promises to ourselves that we have no intentions of keeping. And we do it all the fuck again, over and over and over and over, going around in this little treadmill of bullshit, enslaved by a clock, man.
You know,
That's how
they're
they make you
they're
grow
good
old.
like reference markers. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're basically reference markers. They've served no real purpose other
No.
than that.
People don't know. They go, oh, it's Halloween. I love Halloween. Well, what's Halloween about? I don't fucking know. right?
Checkpoints
Same
for
thing with any
Sonic
of
the
it.
Hedgehog.
Yeah. Be like, yeah, man, I got my Yo Gabba Gabba outfit for Halloween.
Yeah.
It's like, God, dog, man.
Yeah, I heard a theory recently. A guy was talking about birthdays, and he said that every time you have a birthday, that's what they're doing is it's signaling your brain to make you grow a little bit older. Otherwise, we'd probably live a lot longer. I
Yeah.
don't know about that, but it's a fun theory.
Huh. I
Well,
guess.
the fun thing is we're all playing this game. Welcome to the wonderful family game of entropy. You can't win, you can't lose, you can't even break even. In fact, you can't quit the game. So everything's
Facts.
subject to entropy. Hot to
So what's
cold.
going on?
new to old.
What's going on with Elon Musk? Why you guys? I thought he was up on the
Man,
government
yo, we don't
efficiency,
yo,
the
yeah,
Doge.
yeah, and that's what it is that he's the Department of Government Efficiency now. Him and Vivek Ramaswamy, right? And now that he's doing that, it's funny because we're in the camp, you as well, Frank Monday, right? We're all in the camp of not believing a fucking word NASA says. So if he's truly in the Department of Government Efficiency, don't you think he would streamline the fuck out of existence NASA?
Well, yeah, his whole operation would be the first one to be cut because that's government inefficiency at its best.
Exactly.
And what? Replace it with a private space company like SpaceX?
That's what I thought. That's what I
Yeah.
thought. But then again, it's like, why would you get rid of NASA for? They're there for space exploration. You're just a contract.
Because they've got a bad rap now, right? They've got a bad
We
rap.
know
So
that.
we get them out of the way and we go with this genius that's finally going to get us to Mars. My God, y'all been dicking around, kicking the can down the road about this, even going to the moon now for over
Well,
50
what I was
years.
pointing out was like the whole sci-fi space fantasy. I mean, it's just a fantasy.
Of course.
Someone was claiming that the reason they're doing it at all is just to flex their muscles to show other countries that they've got the capacity to fire things like ICBMs. So it's more of a military op.
Yeah, like today I heard Russia shot an ICBM at the Ukraine, and they're making it seem like it was like armed with teeth. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
it wasn't.
yeah.
It wasn't. Hey, we're just showing him this is what we can fucking do. Okay.
Yeah.
And you just poked the bear. Now the problem is that we de facto went to war. We committed an act of war against Russia, and Russia maintains its right to strike anyone that strikes them. And we just struck them.
Yep.
Because those missiles that went in there cannot be fired by Ukrainians. They require U.S. teams and operators.
Right. Yeah, because
they're
Russia
ratcheting
was
up
saying
the drums
Russia
of
was saying
war.
that they were lit up by our equipment, and so I'm just like, how deep into Russia these missiles went is my question. How come we're not hearing about any casualties in Russia? I didn't hear of any casualties in Russia.
Numbers will come out. I'm sure, but it don't matter if you killed anybody or even went 1 foot into Russia. That was an act of war against Russia by the United States and NATO. And NATO. This by de facto puts all of NATO at war with Russia. What's that mean? All of Russia's allies are now in a state of de facto war against NATO. This includes North Korea. This includes Iran.
China.
Yeah, China.
There hasn't been any official declaration though. Like U.S. has to. Doesn't the executive even have to go through Congress in order to get a declaration?
The Japanese didn't declare war on the United States when they attacked Pearl Harbor. The United States declared war on Japan after the attack on Pearl Harbor, and by de facto had declared war on Germany, which was the goal in the first place.
Well, Musk's whole thing is like his Starlink program and his rocket program is all basically like flexing for war, right?
Well, kinda. Starlink is nothing more than airplanes. Okay, all the commercial aircraft and shit now have these relays on them, right? And he said, I'm going to do the patriotic thing. I'm going to withhold Starlink from Ukraine. Well, it wasn't his choice. Ukraine was a no-fly zone because it's a war zone. So
Right.
that's why there was no Starlink in Ukraine. It's all these guys are all in the business of selling illusion. Now they're going to tell you, oh, your money's an illusion. So we're going to sell you this other money that's still an illusion, a fiat currency that you cannot physically touch.
Yeah,
you know what he's gearing up for.
I can see them Ukrainians mad as fuck over there, man. I cannot play my Candy Crush. I was playing Candy Crush, and now I cannot play.
Is there anybody left to play Candy Crush?
Americans
They're out
make
there
me so upset sometimes.
They out there kidnapping old men and little boys to go fight at the front.
Yeah, Elon
is wrong on so many levels.
He's laying the groundwork for total control of all monetary systems with his X platform. He said he wants to make it a carbon copy of the Chinese WeChat system.
Oh God, yep.
Well, thankfully, Vladimir Putin is probably going to liberate us. He did declare that the vampire ball is coming to a close. And y'all can swallow all the Kool-Aid you want to about Russia and what you've been told about them and everything. But if you look objectively to world geopolitical events, Russia has the moral high ground. We are not the good guys. Okay.
I mean, but how liberate folks? How
like some shit like that?
Liberate us. Well, look, we just got given a choice. Okay, this is what people always don't look at, the third choice, the third option. But they were given a choice between Marxism and Zionism. Okay, they chose Zionism because they're ignorant and they don't realize that both idealisms came from the same people and they lead to the same place.
Synagogue of Satan.
It's just, what flavor do you want your J supremacy to be?
Yeah.
Who did the Russians or the
Americans? Us, the Americans.
Yeah.
Because we're a bunch of we're the most ignorant, propagandized fucking people in the world besides the British.
Well, yeah, you're only presented with a false dichotomy of either Marxism or Zionism, and there needs to be other options.
Well, yeah, there is
options.
Okay, this is the thing. They think that you have to choose between a lesser of two evils, right? I took the third option and I didn't choose any fucking evil. You have to understand that your consent is derived from you registering to vote. The ballot just confirms it. Okay, so when you participate, whether your wishes came true in the election or not, you still have consented for the bullshit that's coming as a result of it. I chose the moral high ground and I chose no evil.
Same. I thought it was me that was crazy coming up as a kid. I was like, I can't vote for either one of them. They both suck my whole life. And my parents were like, you just how is it that you could fight for this country, but you can't vote? I was like, that is my vote. I'm fighting for this country. Isn't that not enough?
Right.
I pay taxes. I fight for this country. That's enough of a vote right there. I was
In
like,
fact,
but when
if you break it down, I'm not really fighting for my country. I'm acting as a bully to foreign nations that don't wish to have it. That's what I really did. I was part of a mafia gang that was there to intimidate other countries into acquiescing to the United States corporation's will. That was my job. So you can thank me for my service, but basically all I did was drink beer and bang hookers on your dime. You're welcome.
Well, not hookers, but I mean, I was out there though.
I think he's talking about himself. So did you serve, Sovereign?
Yeah. I wouldn't call it serving. I had a job with the United States Army. I don't know, serving, when they tie a mare.
That's the common parlance.
When they tie a mare to a post for a stud to get a hold of, that's called servicing. and I don't think I gave anybody any service, so to speak. But so no, I don't understand what service is it that they provide that people are thanking them for. You know, it's this glorification of your military. Where the fuck is that? Where does that come from? How does it brave for you to go over to another person's land, shoot the people, destroy the infrastructure, and impose your will upon them? What is so brave and noble about that?
Don't know. Wasn't there?
Yeah, you know,
There
I
isn't
think what they
anything.
do is they kind of overemphasize the whole your military service just so it keeps you on your heels and you don't think about it. You don't think about the damage that you're causing around the world. Because this is stuff that I would talk about while I was enlisted, and I'd be in the country and I'm like, man, I don't think we're doing the right thing. And it's crazy because it's like in 2 hours I got to go fly my mission. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I know this shit ain't right. And I talked to the guys on my team about it, and they were like, no, it's because, you know, the towers came down and everything. And I'm like, I'm like, geez, man,
So
I
why
gotta
didn't
learn
we
these dudes,
should have bombed George Bush then? Jesus Christ. You
right?
want to get at who done that? You know, there you go. Let's take out the terrorist leader, George
Yep.
Bush. This is the thing, people. I saw some of the most polite graffiti when I was stationed in Germany. I saw somebody had spray painted on this retaining wall, not just across the street from our caserne. And it said, "Dear Americans, we love you as men, but we hate you as soldiers. Go home." And I was like, wow.
That was
I understand that. I really do understand that. I dig I know where you're coming from, bro. Exactly.
Mhm.
You know, and I thought
And-
that's instead of just fuck you, American, or whatever else like that. It was just like, hey, we love you as men, but we don't need you here as soldiers. Get the fuck out of our country, you know?
Ooh, that's the worst. And not even them putting hands on you to get you out, but just asking you nicely.
Yeah.
It's like if you're a civilized person, it makes you feel worse. It makes you feel like,
Well, yeah,
man,
you're fed
no,
this
really?
propaganda that you're there to save them from the red menace of the East.
Yeah. It's like, yeah,
And you're
really
like,
don't want
we're
to.
not worried about the red menace to the East. Go away.
Yep.
Well,
It's
yeah,
like-
they're an occupied country too. I mean, they lost World War II, but there's a lot in it, I would imagine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's those people were punished for their success. That's
They
what really came about there. They were punished for their success.
Yeah.
Well, at the same time, too, it's like the U.S. stands as a stalwart against supposedly a second coming of that, like with the Japanese as well. You know, they weren't allowed to militarize after World War II due to what they had done during.
So
their
what I'm
attack
trying to get
on
at is,
Asia.
what was it that Germany and Japan and Italy, what was it that they were doing that was so bad? What was it that they were doing that was bad?
Genocide.
That we had to
I mean,
embark on a crusade to fight them.
for the Japanese, at least, like they had invaded China in the 30s,
Yeah.
and so they were
Yeah.
just murdering and raping and pillaging
Well,
everywhere.
that's the story. That's the story we're given. Let's keep the hyperbole. Let's take
It's the story from the Chinese
take
perspective too.
Well, there again, let's stay away from the hyperbole and let's look at geopolitical events and actuality. Why would Japan have a problem with China?
Resources.
I don't think so, because Japan was freely trading
Manpower.
resources worldwide. They were doing quite well.
But they didn't
So
have any resources.
they were still trading and getting resources. So there wasn't a need to go and have some kind of a war conflict in order to grab up resources. If you really want to know what the answer to the question is,
Go ahead.
do you want to know what the answer to the question really is?
Well, there's no single answer to anything,
Well,
really. But yeah, go
it
ahead.
really is. It really is. It was a fight against Bolshevism in Asia and in Europe. Marxism, communism. The Japanese were fighting against that. So were the Germans. They rejected it outright, removed it completely from their country. and started prospering in a short period of time, as did Italy. So that was what they did that was bad, was they rejected Marxism.
Was there Bolshevism in China at the time? No, I don't believe
Yes.
so.
What do you think? What do you think? Where do you think Mao and the rest of that whole crew came from?
Well, Mao emerged after the fact.
Right, because we backed him over Chiang Kai-shek, who wouldn't capitulate to the United States. We at first were behind Chiang Kai-shek.
Jeez, boy.
Yeah, it seems like
we
the
know
US
what we're
kinda
doing,
supported
man.
him
This country
all the
knows
way.
exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. And that was it. And so they kept on and forced Germany into war with the situation in Danzig and Poland. If you actually study and look at the events from a xenoscopic standpoint, in other words, an outsider view with no dog in the fight, absolutely no bias, you will find that we and Britain had, and the Allies did not have the moral high ground in that war, despite what you were told by the victors. You have to look at the entire conflict objectively. Unfortunately, we're only given a synopsis of what happened written by the victors. It doesn't
That's
tell
what it is.
you about the atrocities committed by Eisenhower against the German people and prisoners of war. He got around the Geneva Convention by saying that they weren't POWs, they were disarmed combatants. A little bit of word magic there. And so he was allowed to leave them in open air prisons with no shelter, inadequate food and water, where eventually typhus and other things started to creep in and decimate the population of these camps. Eisenhower was a piece of shit. Okay. Churchill was a piece of shit. Roosevelt was a piece of shit. All Ashkenazis, I might add. So you put it all together.
Damn.
Well, we
Synagogue of Satan, boy, they're never late. They're always on time. Always on
That's right.
time. But before we get off, let's kind of steer this back. I wanted to show you guys something. Oh, Lord have mercy. Let's get rid of this nonsense over here. Okay. So I came across this today, and this is something that I figured we needed to see, right? This is from a place called the Mashable. And it says space camera. Oh, can you guys see it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Giant Starship rocket launching to space. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly.
Why they got the fisheye lens curving that horizon?
Those guys don't quit, boy. Look at these dudes right here. Space camera, blah, 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 blah. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. You know you live in space age when a solar storms knock out farmers' GPS reliant tractors, blah, 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 and a camera on Earth softly orbit films a rocket launching through the atmosphere. This camera attached to the ISS. Oh, wow. It's about time. So after all this time, they can now film a fucking rocket coming up into space, right? The Space-Time TV-1 instrument operated by the early monitoring company CERN captured the launch of SpaceX's colossal Starship rocket on November 19th. The nearly 400-foot tall vehicle's sixth test flight. Such footage showing the rocket's plume from 250 miles up is rare, if not unprecedented. Okay, so where's it at? So I guess this is it. This is the footage right here. They're going to show us 46 seconds. We got 46 seconds. Oh, Lord. And then they give me this bullshit.
Oh, look at that little pup.
They hitting you with the couve right off. Got the cocoa up front.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah. They're telling you someone will miss you and all this other shit. They're really running the fucking ads now. Oh, man.
So do you guys see this rocket? I'm assuming it's that line thing right here.
Yeah, that's what I think it is too.
That's
See
what
that
they're
little-
trying to say. Because I'm looking hard. I don't see. All right, now I don't think it is. Unless it is, I don't know.
No, that's not it. It's something in the land.
So we see nothing. You
They
see?
forgot to CGI it in, man.
Let's see if these guys are unfucking. These guys are just unreal. Let's see. Congratulations, and it says congratulations to SpaceX on the incredible sixth test flight of Starship. We captured the launch plume live from our cameras on the space station. This video is a time lapse from the footage sent live stream from its 4K cameras. Blah blah blah. Bullshit. Bullshit. Lies on top of lies on top of lies. So ain't no plume. Ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. You see? Look at this shit. Nothing. Motherfuckers. Nothing. Pieces of shit. Nothing. Again, nothing. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. This is the shit that just pisses me off. And then now they've got this dick sucker in charge of the fucking some made up fucking government efficiency nonsense. See, I was trying to give them at least they could have given us a fake video. They gave us a fake video with nothing in it.
He gave Vince McMahon's wife some cabinet position too.
Yeah.
Let's get the WWE in there. What are we gonna have? Hulk Hogan for the Secretary of Defense,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let me tell you something, Putin.
It's all such
Yeah.
theater, huh?
Yeah, you go up there for a summit and rip his shirt off in front of everybody and storm off the stage, you know.
Yep. All right, family. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share that link with y'all so y'all can see it for yourselves, because maybe somebody will capture something, but we didn't see nothing. There it is right there. There goes that link. You guys chop it up. Find it if you could find it. But yeah, again, nothing. Nothing. Empty fucking handed. Empty handed.
Isn't the curvature on that video created by the fisheye lens? Like, if they're so scientific, why don't people break down that curvature and see if that even calculates with what they say the curvature should be?
Then that means whatever they were over, that landmass takes up over 3/4 of the Earth.
Right, right.
And I have not ever seen any single landmass that does that.
If it's really curved and they really say what it is, then why they always got to fake shit?
Exactly. That's, you know what they did? If we didn't watch that video, we would have just taken their bullshit at face value. If we didn't know any better, we'd be like, see, look, they accomplished it. They do have a video of them capturing a fucking nonsense being launched into space. We don't even have to watch it. Why would they lie about fucking launching a rocket into space and recording it when they posted it on the internet? I don't even have to watch it, so I'm good.
You want to see them lose their fucking mind? Ask them to show you a physical measurement of convexity. Okay, from a single point, you only need 1/8 of a mile. You only need 1/8 of a mile. Should be able to show an inch of deviation in the surface of I don't know, some ice. It's not that far of a distance, right? That's all you got to do. No, here's what they do. They say, hey, all right, well, I'll prove the Earth's a curve. I'll show you convexity. You see that object way the hell over there? Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to explain to you how I don't understand human eyesight. That's what they fucking do.
Yep. Unreal. These guys, I swear to God. But here's the thing. Their lies are placed right in front of them. There we go again. There goes another fucking bullshit lie. We just dropped another one. So there it is. I put that link in there. And also, if any of you guys want to jump in on the chat, I dropped that in there as well. What I also wanted to go over was there is what's his name? So I'm sure you guys are familiar with Feed Your Mind, right? So Feed Your Mind TV, he's like, this is Feed Your Mind TV, flat Earth, blah blah blah, this, that, the third. Cool cat, really good videos. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show y'all this right here. He spoke about what we've been speaking about for the last few weeks, right? And we're talking about the sun. We're talking about the sun and what it's looking like possibly in the in the South, in the deep South in Antarctica. A couple of weeks ago on this channel, we said that we have the two suns, right? We have the sun that we see here on Earth, and then we have the sun that the projector sun, the sun that's actually doing the shining, right? Way out there. However, which way it works, I have no idea. Whatever it is, I don't know, right? I'm not claiming to know that. But we know that there's another sun up there because we send the balloons up and then we could see it, right? With the balloons. Fine. We were also making the claim, or I know I did a few times. I was like, well, there's something that it might be reflecting off of to keep it there in that position. I don't know. We had a couple of you guys say, well, it's not burning, it's not melting the ice, so that might not be the actual sun. It's not melting that ice over Antarctica. So I'm like, okay, all these things sound good. They sound great. Now, I'm going to show you guys this from Feed Your Mind TV.
Well, I wanted to ask you something, Vlad. Did you
go ahead.
happen to catch that panel discussion the other day with Dave
V-
Weiss and Joe Hanvey was on there?
Yes, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Yes. Yeah. And so I caught the tail end of it. And so Dave Weiss was like, hey, you know, I think you actually made me you kind of converted me. All right. Joe, you actually kind of converted me. And you know, Vika was over there like, good brother, this one is good right here. You know, and so you know, all the guys had their stuff to say, but yeah, like it was phenomenal from what I heard. But
very compelling. Very compelling. Yeah. Because let's face it, at the end of the day, I don't give a shit what the hell the sky is doing or your interpretation of what you think is happening in the sky. It is not going to suddenly add convexity to the earth. And this is why these idiots get bent out of shape when you ask them for a physical measurement of convexity. Mm-hmm. They will not do it, and they will fight you tooth and nail and want to look at long distance observations, then proceed to show you their ignorance on how eyesight works.
Yeah. You just seeing it all wrong. I'm like, oh my Lord, have mercy.
Yeah.
It's funny because before I get into the video, one of my work colleagues, we were discussing a piece of equipment that we were like, oh, well, you know, we have to raise this, you know, a certain height. And then we have to raise its counterpart a certain height so that they can talk to one another. Right. And then I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, what's the distance? They were like, well, they're so high that they have to be this high because of the curvature of the earth and because of gravity. And I sat there and I smiled a little bit. And then he kept saying it and he kept saying it. And the more he kept saying it, the more I just kept smiling. I was like, until I was fucking laughing. He's like, well, what is it? What's wrong? I was like, dude, because of gravity and because of the curvature of the earth. He's like, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, the more you increase the distance apart, you have to raise them higher because of the distance, you know, because of the curvature of the earth. I'm like, okay. He's like, well, why? I was like, no, you're right. I was like, you know what? I don't need any smoke today. I just need to get this shit done and I need to get the hell out of here. I was like, okay, all right. You know, he was looking at me strange ever since then. He was like, yeah. So let's invite our brother Disc Lord 21 Truth. What's happening, bro?
Hey, bros. Just chilling. That's what's happening.
All right, man. It's good
chilling
to see
even
you,
hotter
bro.
now.
Oh, yeah, man. So, let me go ahead and let me show you guys this vid. I'm over here talking shit instead of showing y'all that damn vid I promised y'all. So here it is, y'all. Check this out. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, now it wants to be slow.
It's saying that he's expecting the 24-hour sun to be seen in Antarctica during the final experiment. This guy goes by the name of Joe Hanvey, and this is what he's predicting. So he was recently showing you how the 24-hour sun would actually work in Antarctica on a flat Earth.
You guys can kind of see this, right?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, so this is the cardinal directions inside the model. If I'm looking directly down at the Antarctic ice wall. So this right here is south. This is west. This is north. So this is the hot spot of the sun on the floor. And watch how it moves as I move the source sun around Capricorn. So the source sun is going around Capricorn
in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and the hot spot is going what appears to be counterclockwise around the floor. So this is just one way of showing, and this is happening in 6 different zones. So what we have to think of is, all right, so if we're inside of a crystalline dome of some sort, it doesn't even really.
Now remember, y'all, I was getting a lot of shit. Many of us, now I'm not the only one, was getting a lot of shit because I said, what if these things are reflections off of a dome? Who knows? They say that there is a dome structure, right? Maybe we hadn't touched it, but what if? I'm just saying, what if? I'm not saying that this
Brad,
is
have you ever
true.
seen those pictures taken like up in the north where the sun is making these bright spots on the firmament or whatever? Yeah, these sun dogs that are happening right there like that.
Yeah.
What's going on there? The only reason you know where the actual sun is at is because it's in the center and you see the other ones. If you were to just isolate one of those and shit, you wouldn't know what the fuck it was.
No, you think it was the sun, or I guess. Yeah, that's true. The sun dogs. That's another thing. This sun is strange as hell, but I like how Joe Hanvey is explaining this. So let's continue.
They have to be crystalline because the atmosphere is super reflective due to the amount of water in the atmosphere just by itself. So you have this super reflective dome. You have basically 70+% of a surface that is a mirror, because water is basically a mirror. So you have a mirror inside of a mirror, and you get these anti-rotations off of that. That's one explanation. That's just one way of explaining it, but you can clearly see that the sun is moving counterclockwise. This would be looking down at the Antarctic ice wall while the sun's moving around Capricorn. And you see that
the Antarctic ice wall would be right where below the north.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
south is. Yeah. It would be right there where the sun is right now.
Actually, the wall's right about here. Yeah. So, but this south, north.
Okay.
So basically, you would just consider this is basically Antarctica. And again, I'm working with an acrylic dome. You know, it's not like I've got this 100% accurate to what's really out there. It's just a conceptualized way of showing that this is possible. And not only is it possible, this is happening in 6 different locations simultaneously. The only thing that changes is the position of the sun relative to the time zone that the viewer is in.
Remember when you showed it before, it was going in the opposite direction? What are you doing differently now?
Well, one, I was just explaining it wrong. It was the biggest thing. And I wasn't showing it from the right angles with the right camera angles and that kind of stuff. But like I said, this is one way of showing it. I have 2 others that I can show it that I don't have in my computer.
So this isn't the first time that globe earthers thought they had something conclusive. So this is like the 3rd time that something like this has happened. They had the star trails thing where they're saying, why do the stars rotate differently below the equator versus above the equator? And then there was the whole distance thing when it comes to traveling from South America to Australia. So one of the first ones was the circumnavigation thing, but the other 2 kind of have to do with Antarctica more so. This is kind of like how the globe earthers have came at flat earthers for years now. They get these things where they think they have conclusive results. So all of these things have been explained by now, and I'll cover how in this video. But first, let's get back to this 24-hour sun. So with Joe Hanvey showing us this demonstration, we're seeing that this isn't the end all be all that some people might think it is, if there is indeed a 24-hour sun. So when it comes down to will there be a 24-hour sun, DITRH actually bet someone. Well, he offered to bet someone, but he only put up he said maybe $5 or something. So it's not the 3 Bitcoins that he was offering for proof of the flat earth, but he is holding out that there will be a sunset in Antarctica during this winter solstice experiment. But regardless, now we're seeing that there is ways to explain the reversal of a sun if the sun's moving in a different direction. And so he's demonstrating how this would look, and it would all have to do with the dome firmament. So this requires the crystalline dome firmament. He says even the water in the sky has reflective properties that can assist in this demonstration. So he's showing us a repeatable demonstration experiment for seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And he also goes on to explain this would also explain star trails.
But let me show you this. As far as this taught me how to show star trails as well. And the star trails do the same thing. They give you this, these zones. Here we go. So I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me see if I can blow it up some.
I see it.
So that's from the north. And then if I go over, this is looking to the south. And that's happening in 6 different zones. And then if I go to the equator, you see these straight lines through the equator, and you have your southern and your northern trails. So when all the Globers say, well, show me star trails, there you go. In my model with long exposure photography, getting almost identical results to what we see in real life. So the evidence for there being some sort of dome structure causing these optical phenomena is overwhelming. I can demonstrate moon phases with it. I can demonstrate comets, asteroids with it, nebulas, galaxies, northern lights, rainbows, everything. I can demonstrate all of it, assuming not only a celestial dome, but a superfluid layer as well. And
so I'll tell you what, this is that right there in itself, the fact that he can re-demonstrate that. Do you understand how big a deal that is? Because nowhere can they re-demonstrate any gravitational pull or planets doing this or doing that. He's basically reconstructing this Earth model from our perspective, how we see it and how it functions and how it works, or how it could possibly work, because we're not certain, we're not for sure. But he's re-demonstrating it and it works. No one, I don't think anyone has ever done that. And I don't think there's any globe model that you can demonstrate this. Does that make any sense? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So this is like this is a super big deal. This is a very big deal. And it's not, I don't think it's garnered enough attention.
Mm-hmm.
No, let's continue.
Well, like I said right there in the chat, okay, they always want to run you off into some rabbit hole that doesn't have shit to do with what you are talking about. Okay, is the Earth a globe? Why, sure it is. Just look at the sky. That's great logic. I was wondering if my dogs need food. I'll go down the street and see if the lights are working there. They have nothing to do with one another. Just because of your interpretation of what you think you're seeing in the sky has absolutely no bearing on where you're viewing it from. None at all. Okay? Here's what proves a globe Earth. A physical fucking measurement of curvature or convexity in all directions from a point. Okay? That's will prove the Earth to be a globe. Now, if you want to prove Antarctica as a continent is displayed on your little fantasy ball, it'd be real easy. Just start out 2 ships and have them go opposite directions around the coast and see how the fuck long it takes them to go around there and if they meet at the same place.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this bullshit about looking up at the sky to determine what you're standing on, just to reassure yourself of some cockamamie fucking model you have in your head that still incorporates scientific impossibilities, such as, well, its fundamental root of solar. This somehow a mass of gases formed together without containment for no reason whatsoever and became a star or a sun. All right, right off the bat, we've run into physical impossibilities to start with. Right off the bat. We don't even have to get into the fucking problems with convexity. Right there, the very crux of your soul lure system is Sol. And Sol, as you have described, is scientifically fucking impossible. I don't care what you create on a piece of paper and how many formulas describing your cockamamie hypothesis you want to make. It doesn't bring it into reality.
That's it. Yep. And that's it. And they're going to keep going over this math, this fake pretend math that means absolutely nothing. And then they can't, but the problem is they're going to make those computerized models to demonstrate it. This guy just put a bunch of shit together and he's like, see, look at that. And I'm like, that to me, I'm like, even though that's not what we live on, right? That's that at least that can demonstrate, that can somewhat recreate what they may potentially be seeing.
An effect or whatever, yeah. Because at the end of the day, it's merely an effect. It's everything we see is an effect of our eyesight, okay? And this is with using light. And when we start using light and bouncing it and doing all kinds of crazy shit with it and not understanding the properties of it, well, yeah, we're going to see all kinds of shit. Well, does that mean you get to make up a story as to what you think is going on? Sure. But then you test it.
Yep.
Then you test it to see if your story actually holds any water. And you're sure as hell not going to be able to test it, making an observation, reporting back, and going home in 4 days. Okay? So what does this tell me? That there is some kind of fuckery afoot. I am almost of the suspicion that there is a condition somehow once every so many years that does make it appear as though there is a 24-hour sun. And this is why this particular time is so fucking important for them to go and do this. Right? Why not go ahead and get your act together, have a little bit more time, put some more equipment together, maybe even be able to fund a longer trip and, I don't know, do it next year. Why not? Why not? Why is this year so important? So I'm wondering if there isn't some kind of a repetitive pattern that happens like every, 10 years or every 15 years or every 7 years or whatever the case may be, where with the cycle of all of the things involved in the Earth system, that there is the appearance of a 24-hour sun. That's why I have to say, it seems like it's really fucking important that they go right now this year. Everybody's going. Candace Owens sending somebody. Fucking Bill Shatner going. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Scott Kelly. All these fucking people doing Antarctica bullshit this year all of a sudden. After 109 years of established bases in Antarctica, all of a sudden this year is going to be when it's proven. Get the fuck out. Some fuckery is afoot.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. Sun simulators, whatever, you don't know what they're doing. It's a big question.
Yeah, and that's that. You know what? I've never thought about that. The periodicity behind it all, and the sun making doing whatever after a certain cycle, and just doing it at this point, like every 24 years, every 15 years, whatever, and just doing it now. That's really a good point. And has anybody even spoken about that?
No, I don't think so. Look, this whole thing, it's like everybody's making a big fucking deal out of it. And I'm like, well, no, everybody's not making a big deal. There's a few people making a big deal. Duffy's making a big deal. I don't give a shit one way or the other. I think it'll be interesting to see if they do see anything, and if they do see something, to figure out whether it's fuckery or maybe, as I said, some type of a cycle. Because after all, we can always go again next year and check it too. Will the cycle still be in sync? That
And
I suspect. I don't know, man. Bottom line is this: is that we know that this place is not a globe. Regardless of what the
that's it.
fucking sky does, they could take the sky projector and turn it into some kind of an iridescent goddamn paisley light show, and it don't make a fucking difference as to where you're standing. I've been to the planetarium before, and they've changed it and done light shows and had Pink Floyd music and shit too. Doesn't matter. I was still on a flat floor in the same fucking place, wasn't I?
Yep, that's true. And here's the
Didn't
thing,
they say
man.
in the Bible,
Go
the
ahead.
sun stands still? Joshua 10, if that's the right
Joshua.
one.
That's right.
But that's
Joshua
maybe
10,
it's something
14.
different. I don't remember.
Yeah, yeah.
No, sun stands still. Joshua 10:14. That's absolutely right on the money.
And
What-
the Lord
sun over-
vanquished his armies by having them continue traveling forward at over 1,000 miles an hour, smashing them into obliterate.
Yeah, all right. That's
All
right.
about Israel as also, I know that.
Yep. Sun stands still. And that's crazy because when the sun stood still, the moon stood still too. Moon didn't go nowhere. So they made sure to say that the sun was over Gibeon, I think it was, and the moon was over Ajalon, or one of the two. It was probably switched around.
There you go,
But they
Matthew.
made-
There you go, Matthew. Postpone it seems forced. And it does. It seems forced.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys have all seen that little stick of gum trick that you can do to people. It looks like a little packet of Wrigley spearmint gum with a piece of gum in it. When you go to pull it out, it's actually got a little spring that snaps you.
Oh no, I thought you
Oh
were
yeah,
gonna
it
say
was
it's
it was
big
a
tinfoil.
oh yeah, it was a little gag. It was a little gag that was going around when I was a kid, man. You could order them out of comic books, right? And
Mhm.
you could always tell because the kid would come up and say, you know, here, you want a piece of gum? And you're expected to go, yeah, sure, thanks, and take it, and it snaps you, and everybody laughs. Well, right off the bat, I'm like, wait a minute, why are you offering me your last piece of fucking gum? What's wrong with it? That's my first suspicion,
Yeah,
right?
right.
You know, and I was like, no, thanks, I don't want it. Then they're like, well, here, go ahead. It's good. It's really
You're
good.
like,
Ask
take it,
Billy, he
please.
had a piece too. Yeah, I did. It's really good. You know, no, go ahead and take it. I'm like, no, I'm not doing. Take the fucking gum. You know, that's what this whole thing is looking like. If you don't take it, you're a coward and a fucking asshole. You know.
Yeah, right. Yep. Wow, dude. And I tell you what, I still think they're gonna go. I think they're gonna go. They're gonna
Sure.
use that
I
time.
don't think they're gonna see shit. I think it's gonna be
Yeah.
overcast like a motherfucker and they ain't gonna see shit.
No, but you want to know? It doesn't matter what they see because we've done everything, right? We've worked overtime. We've done everything we could do within our power, other
Mhm.
than go to Antarctica ourselves. We've
Yeah.
done damn near everything, and we're gonna continue to do stuff to help explain either what we're seeing or to show that it's still flat. It doesn't change because somebody, especially guys like freaking Taboo Conspiracy 3. He's always coming up with, a new experiment, a new distance, something crazy to just a preponderance of evidence to show nothing's changed. The condition of the earth hasn't changed. It's still flat,
Uh-huh.
right? And so these are going to continue up until the 21st or whatever it is they get out there, right?
Well, here's what is going to end up at the end of the day.
Mhm.
Okay, at the end of the day, you're still, all of you people out there watching this right now, you are still going to be at the mercy of someone else telling you what they saw and or bringing back video that you nor I took. Now, that being said, I like Jaron and I like Witsit. I don't really know them, either of them, very well, but as we all know, they've put out some very valuable information over the years. And they have a rather large following of people. So don't let your sense of allegiance cloud your critical thinking and judgment. Okay? When I play that little clip that says, don't trust anyone, I fucking mean it. I had that discussion with Jaron one day. He says, do you trust me? I trust you. I said, then you're a fool. He goes, what do you mean? I says, you don't know me. I says, you only know me through our interactions that we've had. They've been pleasant. I enjoy talking to him. He's got good sense of humor. Kind of, he and I can play off each other. And like I said, he's got good information. But at the end of the day, I never even really even met the man. Okay. So can I just blindly trust what comes about based on what he says alone or anything else like that? No, I have to investigate myself because unfortunately, we live in a world of deceit.
That's right.
Where you never know what anything truly is until you can verify it 100%. You know, now I'm not saying these guys are going to come back and lie or anything else like that. I'm not, nothing. That's not my point. My point is be careful and be as objective as possible and do not let your allegiance to a creator or to the presenter or whatever affinity you have toward that person cloud your better judgment.
That's right.
That's my advice with it.
I feel.
And I told Jaron, I said, you're a fool if you just trust me. I said, look, I could build a case against myself. I only live about an hour and a half away from Quantico and the Pentagon and Washington, D.C. and the CIA and all that shit. I could drive there, be there in just a little while, right? How the fuck do you know I'm not a plant? How do you know I'm not COINTELPRO? How do you don't?
Good points. Very good points. And that's true. And I think where we came from, we've come a long way so far to this point, right? To escape the lies. And so that's one thing that I think that's what would separate us. At least I would feel that's what should separate us from those that follow the globe is our penchant to be able to separate truth from bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing is just because you did it one time doesn't mean we're not susceptible to going back to our old habits,
right.
which I know I was guilty of, right? Because I just took the Gleason's map at face value. I took that as, yes, this is what the sun is doing. It's got to go around and it's got to work for the whole map. Now, what we've seen off of the sun calculator is something totally different. And what we're hearing from observers is from observers that obviously have been down in those regions in the South is something totally different than what we would have expected. Now, Saab brings up a really good point. We're not down there, right? We don't have the cameras to do the footage ourselves. It's another thing. And how the hell do we know we could trust these fucking people, right? At the end of the day, despite what anybody says, it's still flat. But how do you know you could trust these people? Because we've come a long way and we've been fooled hard for a long fucking time. We've been fooled before. And so it can happen again. Just because we made it this far doesn't mean we can't get re-enchanted again. And
well, you know, Vlad, I think that there's that some of these observational anomalies that people, especially in the South, have reported, right? I think it's merely the fact that the earth is bigger than we've been led to believe, and that there is a lot more that we're not being shown. And so we assume that we've been given the entire thing, but what if it's actually traveling longer? What if this thing's actually bigger? You know, and all these other things have been, and I suspect that to be, I mean, already as is, it would be very easy to hide a great deal of land, a pretty good sized land mass in the South Pacific, and no one would be the wiser.
Yes. I think there's a lot more land here, like within this earth here, right? That we just don't even know about. Saab, you know how many people haven't left fucking New York?
Oh,
a lot of people haven't fucking even left New York. So they don't know what's out there. They don't know what's out there past New York.
The fact that past the equatorial circle, okay, your fucking meridians are a mess. Okay, the
Yeah.
meridians
Yep.
are a fucking mess. They actually had to come to consensus as to where the fuck they were.
Yep. That's
I
right.
mean, this is
It's
just, and that's what I'm saying. It's bigger. It's
it's
bigger.
it's all jacked up, and it goes to show that when we did the small experiment on the sun calculator, the sun does something totally different at the equator, and then in the south it does basically the opposite of what the Gleason's map is showing that it does. So then we got wise and we said, okay, the Gleason's map works in the northern parts, right? Anything within the tropic or above the equator. Soon as you go south of the equator, all bets are off. That shit don't function the same. Can't work the same. Can't work the same. Oh, also, I don't know if you knew this, but all the sundials point south in the southern hemisphere. All of them. They all point south. All of them point south.
Yeah,
So
of
they
course,
don't.
because their
Yeah.
summer is going to be when the sun is south of them. Okay, the
Yeah.
southern hemisphere starts at the equatorial line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's going from there down to Capricorn. So of course it's going to be, that's their summer, it's their zenith time. So they set them like that, but they'll still work in the winter.
Yeah.
Same as ours do. It's not because of a ball. It's just because of your viewpoint of the sun during the summer solstice. That's all. The summer solstice in the south is in December, and of course the one in the summer solstice in the north is actually in June. So they're exactly 6 months apart.
Yep.
Well, there's certainly some shenanigans going on with the cyclical stuff that Sovereign was talking about. Like, I've flown back and forth from China at least 25 times. And during, like, I've been here 24 years now, and I try to go home at least every year. Sometimes I've flown a couple of times. But there's always a huge section where, like, it's lights out. You're supposed to be sleeping at a certain period on the flight. And they will legit not even let you open the windows. So there's definitely something going on out there that they don't want you privy to, and like, I've never had any indication. I mean, and just flying's not a really a metric of any kind, but it always from start to finish always feels like one vast plane, right? One sea level plane the entire way across. But and then, like, during the COVID thing, like, there must have been something cyclical going on at that. Sorry about that. I mean, the Coco. During that period, like, there had to have been something strange going on, because they redirected all flights away from that general area. Like, for into 2019 all the way through to like 2022, there weren't any flights going in certain areas. Like, they just totally had a lockdown on all types of flight paths, which I find very unusual.
That's crazy. During that time frame, for 3 years, they wouldn't allow for you to travel right there.
So I just wanted to tell you another good hobo speak for that event. I call it the Holo hoax, because it didn't happen either. Or the Holocaust. The Holocaust.
Yeah, right. And you know what? For them to mess with our money, for them to demonetize us, for them to pull a episode down, to render a show, unwatchable. I'm like, man, these guys, they lose. They lose every time.
Yeah.
They lose every time. It doesn't matter. This just goes to show. And so, yeah, I'll get on YouTube and I'll talk shit. There's still Rumble, and I'm only going to give it it's only a matter of time before Rumble just fucking kowtows to the powers that be and fucking bends over for them. I'm like, you know what? Fuck them all, because people know what it is, man. So for them to be trying to hide the truth like that, it doesn't even make me upset.
Their spell is wearing off.
Yep.
Their spell is wearing off, man. And, people are, look, if I had 109 women divorce me, could I say it's not me, it's them? Could I legitimately say that?
Shit.
I don't
You'd
think
like
so.
to, yeah. You're like,
Yeah, let's talk about Elon. How many times Elon been married? He married a new 22-year-old every 5 years or something.
Man,
got 13 kids?
He likes his cars new.
Well, let's look at Mr. Family Values, our Lord and Savior Jesus Trump, standing up there on stage representing family values with his kids from 2 marriages of the 3 that he's been in. Well, there you go.
It has been 3.
Married
Yeah,
3
he's
times,
pretty
got kids
old
out of 2
though.
different marriages. I mean, I don't know if he's got anything out of the Marla Maples marriage or not, but he,
But
come
I
on,
can tell
man.
you,
Family values.
every last one of his wives would probably say he's the best husband around, the best husband, no other husband like him, the
I'm
best.
sure he'll tell you that too.
Yeah,
I'm
And
the
he'll say
best.
it's huge.
It's
It's huge.
unbelievable, huge. You've never seen anything
league.
like it. They'll
Big league.
tell you it's the best one. Could you believe this guy? It's the best one. Come on.
Ask
Everybody
anybody.
agrees. Everyone.
Ask anybody. You can talk to anybody. They'll tell you. Look at this guy.
The dude is he's a haggler, is what he is, man. I mean, characteristics of a tribe like none other I've seen when he tries to sell shit. His whole sale is everything he's doing. I'm watching. I used to be a salesman. I know what he's doing. I watch how he does it, how he presents it. And he's using a sales pitch. He literally is using a sales pitch on everybody, and they're buying it hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, yeah.
I used the same kind of approach when I was selling timeshares, man, and I was fucking turning them fuckers over left and right. I'd make people feel bad for not buying it for their family and shit.
They're like, God damn, man, you don't want this weekend out of the whole year, man. Just one weekend, bro. Damn.
Now you got to be telling me, and I got to ask you, sir. I got to ask you because I've had him been agreeing with me with everything. I asking him questions that he has no choice but to agree with. So he's conditioned to say yes. He's conditioned to say yes. Isn't it a beautiful day? Isn't that? Can you believe? Look at that. Isn't that a wonderful thing today? Blah blah blah. He's agreeing. He's agreeing, right? And then I hit him with, now, don't you think something like this? Don't you think your family and your kids are worth something like this? What's he going to say? No, they're right there.
Be like, hell no, them rotten pieces of shit.
I had one guy. His wife was in the back seat. He was sitting in the passenger seat, right? Because he's the head of the household, right? And we're driving up the thing. I've got this thing locked in. I've been working on it. And I hit him with that line. And I says, now, don't you think that something like that, your wife is worth something like this? And he goes, not until she learns to swallow. And I just went, what do I do with that? Do I turn around and say, well, what do we say? Do we have a deal? I mean, and then him and his wife just started fucking laughing. Then he told me that he was a timeshare salesman. They were just there for the free shit. He said, come on, I'll buy you dinner. And we went, and he says, man, you've got a really good technique. I want to take you, go to Florida with me. I'm going to get you working where I work. I said, I don't want to go to fucking Florida. Yeah. But he says, that's fantastic. He said, finally, he said, but when you hit me with that, he says, I just had to fuck with you. And I was like, damn you, man.
I was like, damn awkward. Like, ma'am, he said it.
What do you do? Ask the wife, say, hey, what do you think? Do we have a deal? How much do you like this?
Yeah, right. Like, God, dog. Be like, sir, I'll get off right here, but it's 5 miles away. That's fine. I'll walk. I need the exercise anyway. I'll walk.
I can answer his question, Jono. I can
listen.
tell you why. Because they run these major sales, and it's one time of the year that they can be assured that they go out of the red and into the black in their profits. So they call it Black Friday.
Wow. I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
The red into the black. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. They be selling some shit for cheap, man. I remember I got a crock pot for like $5.
The reason they're doing it, they can do that because they've been fucking overcharging you all year long for it.
Yep. They're like, oh, crock pot, $5. I said, man, let me get 2. I'm going to have 2 roasts cooking, boy. I know I was a little, I ain't even going to lie to you, man. If I'm going to sit here and say I didn't partake in that for a while, I did.
Hey, and they got warehouses of new and better shit waiting to get out there on the shelves. So you all slaves need to get out here and take this shit up now. Get it off our hands.
Yep.
That's the thing, too. Otherwise, they got to dump it.
Yep. And the thing is, the TVs, that's like everybody's like freaking holy grail right there. The big ass TVs. Yeah, go ahead, Saab. Do your thing, bro. the big ass TVs. But man, I'm over here popping my gums, man. Let's finish watching the rest of Feed Your Mind TV, you know. And Elon Musk, you can see he talking shit, but he gonna go back. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna go back to Feed Your Mind TV, y'all. I'm over here just running them gums, yo.
Is Sovereign tuning in from the International Space Station? Damn.
Yeah, and then he's got his dude Something Wong in there.
Yeah, spying on him in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
Something Wong.
Exactly. Let's get back to it.
And get it in quite accurate detail. Not only that, I can explain eclipses, solar eclipses, all of it. Like it's all explainable and scientific within a level enclosed model that has some sort of dome structure and closure.
You're converting me.
So if people are saying, well, the star trails are rotating differently below the equator, this would also explain that, plus a lot of other things this experiment explains. So the original explanation for the star trails moving in a different direction below the equator was the direction you're looking. Like basically, if you see a wall clock and if you're facing the edge, if you're inside of that wall clock, you're facing the edge, you'll see that minute hand come from the left to the right. But if you turn around towards the center of that clock, you'll see the minute hand coming from the right to the left. So this is how the original explanation was. Plus with the, like I said, I'll explain the distances from South America to Australia. That was explained by the wind patterns. And so they're saying basically with the jet stream, there's a jet stream that's on the outer ring that moves faster than the jet streams in the interior part of the earth. So they're saying that planes pick up on this jet stream, and there's actually a big difference when the plane is returning back from the other direction. They're saying there's wind resistance, so the plane will take much longer, and it's provable. So they've been looking at plane destinations and the times that they arrive and the times that they depart, and they've been able to determine that this is definitely the case. So they're saying that all of these things that the globe earthers thought they had the flat earthers on, they think that, well, this is conclusive evidence of the globe, but turns out that there is logical ways to explain these things. So if this demonstration continues to be looked at and examined, we can have an explanation for 24-hour sun in Antarctica. This is the same guy that previously attempted this explanation. He said he actually explained it wrong before because the sun wasn't moving in the right direction. So he had to tweak some things and, go back to the drawing board and figure out how he would get this experiment correct. So that's what it takes, though. This is the scientific method, so
yes,
it's repeatable, observable, and this would be a conclusion that you can definitely consider and argue with, because when it comes to flat earth, we come with explanations that would hold up in the court of law. Like with all the things I just covered with the star trails and the plane speeds and the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, with all these things that the globe earthers think they have the flat earthers on, when it comes down to it, with our responses, flat earthers are going to make sure that we're coming up with an alternate explanation that would hold up in the court of law as a valid argument, a logical argument, and a scientific argument. So these aren't just responses saying, oh, well, we can explain that away and just come up with some mumbo jumbo. No, these are actual explanations that would hold its weight in the court of law. So these are,
at the end of the day, exactly. These fucking things every fucking time. It could support itself, and that's the joy of it being the truth. And when it's the truth, you let it fly, man, and it does its own thing. Like this globe nonsense, like they're doing their best. I think they're basically running on fumes at this point. With now, we'll use the sun as something to demonstrate that this is a globe. And now, thank goodness I felt we were getting close. I felt we were getting somewhere with seeing that the sun was bouncing off of something. I felt we were getting close. But I didn't know how. But then, of course, we could still draw the same conclusion that this place, it's not curving nowhere. It's not moving nowhere. You know what I'm saying? If anything's moving, it's the sky. But now this
Mhm.
Joe Hanvey cat, man. Wow,
Yeah,
he put that nail down, man, and
fucking A
really,
right.
really did credit. Really
I
did credit.
wanted to address something real quick here that
Yeah,
Jeff here and
Jeff
Derek
Hunt.
and everybody, they're talking about somebody got unsubscribed from my channel, and I'm
What?
sure that's been happening a lot to people, and I'll tell you why. Because every month on my subscriber count, right, on
Right.
the analytics it'll say plus 44 this month or plus 42 this month, and it's this many less
Dang.
than last month, right? But I'm
Right.
still hovering at 2.48 thousand subscribers, right? I should probably have a hell of a lot more than that. And I know that
Right.
if they're doing that with the subscriber counts, they're definitely doing it with my view counts as well, too.
Shit. Wow, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I figured you would have been over 4,000 already.
Oh, I
Easy.
probably would be if they weren't pulling bullshit on me all the time.
Man, I'm like, man, I checked my thing the other day. I was like, wow, I'm over 700. I was like, holy shit. I said, holy
Mhm.
smoke. But they're like, man,
It
plus
said, listen, it
plus
said
3.
42. It said plus 42, but it said it was 22 less than usual. Now that's per month. So if you
So
figure I've
that
been
would have been
getting 60
64.
some odd subscribers a month, where should I really be at?
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
They're beyond reprehensible. YouTube is, well, it's just symptomatic of the tribe. Okay, it's a symptom of the tribe. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Synagogue of Satan, y'all.
Yeah, bro.
That bus is never late. Them
Yeah, the way
dudes.
they throttling you, Ironworks, it's gonna take you another 10 years to get to 1,000.
Oh yeah.
That's all right. I'm a hard-headed motherfucker. Watch, I'll do it.
Yeah, right. I go harder, man. Shit, they go hard, I go harder. It's all good.
That's
It's all
right.
good.
Keep
And that's the thing, man.
keep up
This
the
is how
fight.
you know, right? So this is how you know you're correct, man. When you get people hating on you, when you get people telling you you're all fucked up, this, that, the third, it's like, hey, I know I can't be wrong. If I'm getting if I'm getting that caliber of people telling me I'm bad, that caliber of people telling me I'm stupid, that caliber of people that tend to follow what everybody, these people watch sports all day, they play
Mhm.
fucking video games.
Yeah.
All they do is small talk that amounts to absolutely nothing. And everything they watch on the news, they believe. If that's the caliber of people telling me that I'm fucked up, then I think I'm actually doing all right.
And when they work that hard to subvert a smaller channel, it's like, why are they taking a direct interest in throttling you guys unless it's because you're saying something that's worth listening to?
Exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
and Barbara, if you want, put in my Facebook link for anybody that wants it to. You know, you can send a friend request on there as
Yeah.
well. So, you know, so if you end up wondering whatever happened because you got unsubscribed or whatever else, you can still contact me there, provided I'm not in Facebook jail. I have a Facebook rap sheet that would fill a phone book.
God,
I
man.
think I probably spent more time suspended on Facebook than I have being active.
What's his name? His time's gonna come too.
Oh, yeah.
Freaking that robot that runs Facebook. His time's gonna come.
Jacob
Oh yeah.
Greenbaum. Jacob Greenbaum,
Is that
aka
it?
Mark Zuckerberg, grandson of David Rockefeller. Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
Zuckerberg.
What? Wow.
Yeah, man.
Who's Nottingham?
You know, Facebook was a thing that was by DARPA. Okay, they had this project called LifeLog, and it was pretty much like Facebook. And the whole thing about it was a way of getting information from people without having to interrogate them, right? Getting them to willingly provide information. And the day that went offline was the exact same day that Facebook went online.
That's
Right?
funny
And it's
because
all
you talk about
funded like 12
data
million.
mining. You talk about
Mhm.
data mining. Facebook is like, hey, what kind of Capricorn are you? Put in your date of birth over here. And you know, I'm like, oh God. I'm like, these data mining sons of bitches.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Or here's one I saw recently too. If somebody put out a little reel or a video, it says, if the ATF were breaking in your front door right now, what weapon would you grab closest by? And I'm like, yeah, nice try, ATF. Nice try.
Yeah.
Nice try. Why don't you just fucking kick that door and find out? We'll see.
Come here and find out.
Yeah. I like to keep that shit a surprise.
It's Roger. I think
Body
it's
bomb.
Roger in the house. Roger, man, you gonna
Yes, sir.
you gonna beat the hell out of your damn keyboard tonight?
No, not at all. Hold on, wait a minute.
Roger, yeah, you see, Roger be coming in there and like actually assault and battery on his damn keyboard, man.
That boy always got some kind of noise fucking shit up when he come out.
Yeah.
It's
like,
funny as hell.
goddamn, man. Anytime Roger gets on, man, it's like New Year's Eve out this motherfucker, man.
I wanted to show you guys something right quick.
Yeah. What you got?
I got a shirt I just got from Mr. Flatsoid today. You can see it.
I can't see it. We got a thing up over there. There we go.
Yeah, take it down. Let me see.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just came in the mail today. It says Flat Earth Jesus, Isaiah 40:22.
Oh snap! Let's see it.
All right.
Flat Earth Jesus. Okay. Is it cosmology or cosmogony? It can't be both.
Nice. I thought I'd show you that. And there's one thing that you guys missed. Eddie Banjo caught a guy in Brazil, I think, somewhere South America. He was going to do the same thing. He's going to show up on 2024 to do an observation.
Right.
But the people there, the flat earthers there, made him try to get him to go in 2023. Why you got to go in 2024?
That's right. That's right.
There was shenanigans going on back then.
Yeah. I told you it's fuckery afoot, man. They want you to take the stick of gum too bad, man.
Yep.
They want you to take the stick of gum too bad. Like Diddy trying to get you to drink a soda.
Yeah.
No, I don't want a soda, but it's the best soda ever. It's special.
Don't worry, man.
Yeah, no, I don't want none of that fucking shit.
Don't worry, I opened it for you. Oh, did you see that they released the list?
Yes.
That motherfucker, man, they had names on that thing. I said, damn. All I was looking, I said, man, thank God. You know, like I'm not even going to lie to you.
I only saw that they released it. I haven't looked at it yet.
In my life, I've been in so much trouble. Like when they said they released the names, like I halfway thought my name would appear up there. I've been in so much trouble for shit. I was like, man, if my name came up there, I'd be upset, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be like, I didn't even go to the party. I don't know how my name got there, but whatever. Not a surprise here. But the names, the amount of names that you saw on that thing, I said, damn, dude. That is not a good look. You could have been there delivering food. Yeah. You could have gone there delivering food or some. Hey, man, I just wanted to see what it was all about. I'm out. Hey, I signed your guest list. I signed your guest list, by the way.
I think they're referring to the after party that took place at a certain time where only those in the know remained.
Really?
Okay. Yeah. There was a party after the party. Okay. This is what he would have going on. And that's when all the freaky shit would start to happen. And only those that were in, which were still a considerable amount of people. Okay. God. For them to not say anything, for people to not say anything. You've seen that picture of all those celebrities and shit eating shit off of a naked girl.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that girl was only 14 years old and she has come out and spoke. And at the request, or rather yet the command of Sean Combs, Jennifer Lopez ard that girl with a broken bottle stem in her vajayjay ass. Yes. Now that's the girl's story. That she was actually literally trafficked and imprisoned in Sean Combs' home.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I was just praying. I was just praying, God. I thought I was disgusting like that. I was just hoping it was just a bunch of people just being nasty and being debauched.
No, we're talking literal human sacrifices and shit going on with these people.
Oh my God. That's why they're talking about keeping him in jail for life.
Right before he was waiting for the jury was deliberating, right, for his gun charge that time, right?
Years ago.
And him and J-Lo did a fucking Santeria animal sacrifice, and then they came back and found him not guilty.
Get the fuck. Oh my God.
Yeah, listen, man, these people, that's what he's into. That whole tattoo on his back is representative of Santeria.
Oh my God.
It's like a mix between voodoo and Catholicism.
Yeah. So Santeria is the same thing as voodoo. It's just typically in a Spanish-speaking country.
Yeah.
Same thing though. Same exact thing. Oh my God, man. Diddy getting himself in all kinds of shit, man. Did he do it? I bet he
sell
did.
Your soul. You sell your soul. Sooner or later, the devil collects his price.
He collects. Yeah.
Time to pay the piper.
And you know what? Everything he gave you, he takes it all back.
Damn right. Because it wasn't yours to begin with.
Damn right.
Nothing you have is really yours. Nothing you have is really yours.
Yep. That's why all this investment and all these worldly things, man. When you go, somebody gonna take that shit. Your shit does not belong to you no more. You don't need it.
That's why I like the story about Alexander the Great when he died. Before he died, he had a request of what he wanted done. And he said he wanted to have all of his treasures spread out along the entire parade route. And he wanted to be carried by his physicians. And he wanted to be laid out on the thing with his arms outstretched and his palms facing upward. And when they asked him the reason for that, he said it was to show that no matter how much riches I accumulated, they're not going with me. I want my physicians to carry me to show that even they cannot stave off death. And I want my palms bare to the sky to show that I came into this world with nothing and I leave with nothing.
Leave with nothing. Wow. I thought that was my philosophy. I thought I came up with that. But yeah, that's exactly it. When you die,
you were Alexander the Great in another life.
Yeah.
Did they grant him his wish? Did they set it
From
up?
what I
that way?
understand,
Yeah.
they did. I don't know. There again, I wasn't there.
Yeah. Apparently, they also buried him in honey too.
Did they?
Or not buried him, but they entombed him encased him in honey to keep his body preserved.
Preserve it, yeah. King Tut was mummified in a similar fashion using a resin, but it over the years got hardened and never could be removed without damaging the mummy.
Damn.
Well, you got to go with honey then. Honey's the way to go.
It is. All you gotta do is
Honey
put some
lasts.
hot water on it, comes right off.
Yeah. Honey's stickier than a motherfucker, man. But that thing lasts apparently for a long time. Like, I like how they say thousands of years. Now that we're starting to see that these motherfuckers don't even know what time they're in. Yeah. Totally.
That's a fact. Fact,
man.
that.
And you want to know another, speaking of time, it's funny because every single day my lunch break has something new. And then if it's not him, it's Aurelius. If it's not him, it's Jared Boosters. If it's not him, it's the me inside of me or something like that. Me inside of me. Man, there are all these people that are talking about the old world. And what's crazy is everywhere you turn, there is old world right in your face. So the truth is right in your face. And we can't look left or right without not seeing this stuff.
Right here in Luray, right here in the little town of Luray, there's evidence.
Well, yeah, we're shocked.
I've never been, dude. I live north of Luray, probably like 50 minutes. What are you talking about? What in Luray? I've never.
Oh my
been
God, have you been through Luray downtown?
No.
Oh my God, it's real hilly, right? And you've got a bunch of these like buildings that are got foundations that just don't make any sense. And they're really old. There's a few of these buildings still left here. And they're indicative of that same thing, you know, like only half of a full window sticking up out of the ground and shit like that. Yeah. Built of old fieldstone, old granite.
Mud
hand built
flooded
rocks
stuff, right?
and shit. I mean, it's amazing. There's a lot of history here. You ought to come down and visit one day.
Yeah, I'm gonna come down. Actually, this weekend might be a good time to go down and check it out. Huh? Now I know all. See, right there, right outside of my house. I've got the old stones. I've got an ass ton of the old stones lining the front of my house, and like I want to mess with it. I'm like, you know what? I'll leave it there. These things have been around for years. Not even gonna mess with it. But it's a bunch
Baffles
of
me
those-
how
Yeah, go ahead.
how much is in China too. Like every city, even rural villages, colonial buildings just everywhere, especially city centers.
Colonial buildings.
Yeah, well, that's what they call them. That's what they attributed them to. But here in Beijing, they removed them all, like almost all of them. And I remember there was one like right down the street from me, and it was like a colonial. They called it a colonial church, but I'd go in and check it out. And when they removed it, they like did it very carefully, and they took out the entire thing, like foundation and all, and just totally removed it and relocated it, put it somewhere else. But they preserved a lot of it they destroyed, but a lot of it they took out in preservation.
You know, it's funny how every time you turn somewhere, there is a war. There is a war removing all of these things. Now, I think one of the later wars is this Ukraine war, because Lord knows how much old world was in the Ukraine that I'm sure they absolutely just decimated and removed. That's one.
And don't they have the largest catacombs in the world, like underground burials in Ukraine?
I don't know. That's
I
crazy.
think so.
I did not know that. Roger, is that you again, just mass assaulting this thing?
No, I'm not.
I hear you over there
slapping
beating on
the
that thing
microphone.
like it's a goddamn bongo drum, dude. You just
My mic's too sensitive. I swear to God, it is.
Yeah, man. But yeah, no, I did not know that. I didn't know that the Ukraine had. What I did know, or what I've been told, is that Kazakhstan has a bunch of that old world stuff, and like there, and I think it's Turkmenistan that you're not allowed to go there and to like mess with the stuff.
That's interesting too, is because like those bones, and now I'm not familiar with the catacombs in Ukraine, but as far as like in Paris, there's miles of these catacombs made out of human bones. The bones have all been boiled to preserve them. What? And because they're all at the same rate of decay. There they are. There's altars and all kinds of things built out of these bones. Where did these people come from? Who were they? Where did they get these skeletons? And you can't tell me that it's because you dug up a cemetery and moved the bones there. These bones were all fresh, boiled, and placed.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. What
We're
were they?
all
What were
fresh,
they up
boiled,
to?
in place. There's no different degrees of decomposition and shit to them. They're all the same. And an interesting thing, one of the altars they have, where Diana died when her car struck the 13th pillar in the Pont de la Lune. That's the tunnel of the moon. And of course, we know the moon goddess is Diana. And right beneath that tunnel is a altar made of human bones built to the moon goddess Diana, directly beneath where she died at the 13th pillar.
Jeez.
Ritual much?
Wow. Yeah, and I was going to say
ritual
what they've been trying to claim, and I didn't believe the claim, is that she crashed the car. So, or they crashed the car, escaping paparazzi. I wonder if they stopped her there, or they stopped the car and just wasted her right at that pillar.
It seems like it. Yeah, that seems like a more likely story.
Yeah. Jeez.
Well, you got to look at the political ramifications. She was going with Dodi Fayed, who was, of course, a Muslim, and it was rumored that she was pregnant with his child at the time. Now, what kind of geopolitical bullshit would it cause if they, William and Harry, had a half brother who was a Muslim? What? No, we can't have that now, can we?
Yep. Yeah, that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
I remember when she died too, man. That was the thing going around, was that he had knocked her up. Like, damn, man.
Yeah.
Well, what you gonna? Well, now Prince Harry, he's in trouble with that P Diddy shit. But
Prince Harry ain't Charles's kid either. Prince
That's
Harry
what they
is
said.
not
It was
Charles,
the horse groomer. They said it
Yes.
was the dude grooming the horses. That oh my lord.
You look at them, they're identical, right? Harry knows it too. That's why he's pulled all the shit that he's been able to pull and get away with, right?
Damn.
He knows it, and it's like, look, I'll talk.
What's that? What's that saying? Mommy's baby, daddy's maybe.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. And wow, I wonder. So then, this is why he was like, "Oh, I don't want the throne." Well, you don't want the throne because you can't have the throne, honestly.
Right. Aren't they all like Red Shield, geo-engineered, like eugenic programmed babies or something? Because like
Diana
their whole
was
family
brought
went
in.
bankrupt.
Yeah. Well, Diana was brought in to freshen up the gene pool a little bit, but still keep it within the parameters of the genetic specification. And she is of Rothschild blood. Her grandfather was in a position for the, I think the queen or king, as groom of the stool, which is a highly honored position. If you don't know what the groom of the stool is, the groom of the stool's responsibilities are for wiping the bottom of the monarch after they defecate and disposing of their dookie in a special manner. They don't mix their dookie with the commoners. It's taken and disposed of in a special manner.
That's an ill-dignified position right there.
Yeah, it was highly honored position. Exactly. You tell some stupid motherfucker that, sure, I'll wipe your bottom.
Oh, hell no. I ain't wiping, man. Oh,
the king sitting there. Can you see Charles? He's sitting there, and all of a sudden I'm done. And some guy runs in there.
Yeah. He's like, God damn, man. Oh, you had Mexican again. Yeah.
Later.
They had British Mexican, though. It was nasty. No seasoning.
British food is disgusting.
British food. Brits, I'm sorry. Y'all are nice people, man, but y'all can't cook for shit.
No.
Them Brits can't cook for nothing. Beans and toast, they got the worst breakfast. The only thing I give them props, one thing they have, pastries. Maybe their pastries every once in a while be hitting.
Yeah.
But even their scones, they might as well call them shit stones.
What the fuck is figgy pudding, anyways? God.
Yeah, man. Yeah, them.
You mean you don't like shepherd's pie,
like
gentlemen?
Okay, shepherd's pie. That's another thing that's delicious. I love shepherd's.
Yeah, but that's not pie. That's
meat pies are good,
man. So don't call it
all
pie, man. It's don't fuck me up and say, hey, you want some of this pie? And I'm like, yeah, baby, give me some pie. And you slap me up with some fucking meat and shit. You know, I like it, but you know, you tricked me. You told me it was pie.
Them Brits
it's like
are lucky.
Chicken pot pie.
Yeah, they're lucky they got them Jamaicans, them Africans, and them Indians, man, to kind of add some seasoning to there, some flavor to that food over there, man. You need those motherfuckers, man.
That's why they were so grateful for acquiring India.
Yeah,
finally some fucking flavor.
Some spices out this motherfucker, man. Damn.
And that's why the U.S. has the best Mexican and Asian food anywhere.
Especially Brooklyn.
Would you like some tea and crackers with that?
Yeah, right.
Crumpets. They're crumpets. I'm not really quite sure what a crumpet is, but I know they eat them with tea. And a biscuit is a cookie.
A biscuit, them biscuits be harder than fuck too, man.
Well, it's because that's what they call cookies is a biscuit. And they call potato chips, they call them crisps.
Crisps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, people, I remember going there, they were like, oh, have you had the fish and chips? I was like, fish and chips. They're like, yeah, fish and chips. I was like, what? And then I saw what it was. I was like, oh man, that's fish and French fries, man. They're like, no, that's fish and chips. I'm like, oh man. I was like, man, that's all. They were like, yeah, they're good. They're known for their fish and chips. I said, if you're known for some fried fish and some French fries, man, you ain't got no cuisine out this motherfucker, man. You
Hey,
ain't
come on,
serious.
they cashed in big in the United States with that. Do you remember Arthur Treacher's fish and chips? That was all modeled after a British theme, man.
Oh,
Long
Lord.
John Silver's.
Yeah, and
No.
well, no, because you
Yeah.
had Arthur Treacher's, and they also had another thing which I came to learn to like. I mean, it's something I'd never thought of before, and I like it. It's malt vinegar on your fries, man.
It's delicious. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
delicious, man.
yeah. I like vinegar. I like vinaigrette, like on my salad. But I didn't know on some old fries. I mean,
No, I ain't
you
talking
know
about
what?
like white vinegar. I'm talking, malt vinegar. That brown, it's kind of brown looking vinegar.
Okay.
And
Okay.
yeah, man, it enhances those fries, especially if they got a little bit of salt on them. It's just got this thing it does to your taste buds. It's just remarkable.
Zing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They've been around for such a long time. Them motherfuckers still can't cook.
They aren't allowed to.
Open
It's
over.
against the king.
Yeah,
Bless you.
right. Yeah.
Well,
And
gentlemen, I gotta go.
You got to get
Sorry.
out of here, Roger.
Yeah, I gotta go catch a monster. He's around
All right.
somewhere.
Oh, no.
He's gonna hit that monster with his keyboard probably.
Yeah,
Better check up on him.
Yeah, well, I got to get him over to my channel. We got to do some things. So,
That's
catch you guys later.
All right,
Gotta
peace,
rank.
brother. It's good to see you, man.
Gotta wrangle up the crumb snatchers.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Them little. Oh, okay. It's probably his little grandkids or something.
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, make sure he's not getting into the firearms.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So this is just remarkable where we are, dude. We are like we're not even a month away. Yeah, we're a month away. We're a month away from this fucking experiment, possibly experiment happening or not happening. This observation. Thank you. Happening or not happening.
What do you think are the chances it'll actually go down? I mean, that's a pretty big endeavor.
I think it's gonna go. I think those people are gonna go there. Now, Saab brings up a point that it could be overcast, right? And that very well could happen to where it could be an inconclusive observation, right? Because it might very well be. I think
many days are they planning on spending there?
4 days, is it, or some shit? Saab, what is it?
4 days. 4 days. Yeah.
And it's on the winter solstice.
And Jaron told me his equipment's been arriving like every day, getting sent to him for like, boots and parkas and that kind of shit to go.
And that was
so they're definitely going to go, and that's just my point. Is they want this too fucking bad. I mean, if somebody to want it that bad that they'd be wanting to bully people into it, setting a time limit that we've got to go at this particular time. And it's like, wait, man, it's like the old bull and the young bull on the side of the hill. The young bull said, hey, man, let's run down here and fuck one of them cows. And the old bull says, why don't we just walk down and fuck all of them? See, I'm a more patient person, right? Why don't we get our shit together a little bit better and everything, and then we'll just go next year, right? In fact, I'll probably be able to raise a little bit of money to save you some, Duffy.
Yeah.
Why don't we just do it next year? There's no hurry. There's not going anywhere, right?
Yeah.
I think their overall mission objective
about this time. There's something particular.
They've got like an ulterior motive. I think their mission objective is to create more infighting and more division amongst us.
It worked.
Yeah, they're sucking the gas out of the room because then rather than us all unified under the principle that, well, we know it's not this or that, they're just trying to get into the minutia of these little distractions that just take away the overall drive towards, well, the biggest thing is that we've been lied to and let's figure out what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it just like you said, man. They did a great job splitting this community. I saw it. And I was doing my best to prevent it. I couldn't. There's nothing.
Hey, I don't. I'm glad. I'm glad. Just like I'm glad about this fucking rising Earth thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What is that actually doing? As far as I'm concerned, it's separating the wheat from the tares.
Yes, it is. Yep. Totally. And it exposed a lot of people, which I think is a necessary thing. I kind of came out of myself, and it's like, all right. It's like this had to happen. I hated to having to see it happen, but it's a growing pain, right? And we had to see the people for the real ones and the fake ones for who they were. And that's all it is. And that's okay. And this is like a growing pain, like I said, and we get to move forward past it. And after this observation, it's not going to matter because this motherfucker's still flat.
Yep. Well, that's the whole thing.
And
and much to Duffy's dismay, they were counting on, because they want to stereotype and lump everybody into the same boat. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Look, it doesn't work that way. Yes, there are probably some flat earthers that have made some claims about a sun observation in Antarctica. That's that's fine. I, however, don't make a claim on that, because I think that looking at the sky to determine the condition of where you're viewing it from is beyond retarded.
Yeah.
That it just is. Now, it will be an interesting observation based on what we are thinking is going on with the sun or whatever else. But what's this going to show? Let's suppose they do see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica for some reason. What is that going to mean? Is that going to mean that suddenly the Earth is convex and we can now have physical, scientific impossibilities possible? No. Could it mean that there's an anomaly with the sun visually that we don't fully understand? Absolutely. 100%.
And ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Duffy's dismay, he thinks that this is a linchpin, when in fact, there's a great segment. In fact, I would say the majority of people in flat Earth really don't think it means fucking shit. Okay. You got some that are worried about it, but I'm there again. Things in the sky do not dictate where you are viewing them from. I don't care.
What's Duffy's payoff on the whole thing? I mean, he's spending big coin to do this, so he's got to be drawing in some sort of investment.
So here's the thing: seeing all these ads, seeing all of these internet commercials, seeing how he's laid out the name of this observation. The final experiment. It's got its own website. It's all sexy and everything. I'm like, oh, this dude he's getting ready to after this observation, it's going to be put into movie format and it's going to be sold on Netflix. And then this is going to have so much news behind it to where, you know what the news is going to say and the media is going to say? Flat Earth proving a bunch of idiots. The sun hangs out for 24 hours in South Pole, blah, blah, blah. So details on page 7, right? That. You could see the movie for free on Netflix. It's free. You don't have to pay for it. Watch it for free on Netflix. You know what I'm saying?
So how does he profit, though? Like he flops as a debunker or what? I mean, I don't see his upshot really, unless he's, some sort of organized opposition to it all.
Frank, that's the $1 million question, bud. What's in it for Duffy? Who dropped 6 figures without an expected return, especially somebody from the financial community? Now, somebody just said in the chat, they said, Duffy is a Fed 100%. Okay. He doesn't have to be a Fed to work for the Feds. Okay. I want you to understand what a compromised asset is. I want you to also understand, if you have never looked into it, look into COINTELPRO. Okay, that's just one program. But you know how a snitch works? You know how a snitch works? The police get him on their fucking things, letting him get away with whatever the shit, as long as he's feeding them information so that they can get busts, right?
They lace him with poison.
He's not a cop. The guy's not a cop. He doesn't really work for the police. He's just got an arrangement with them to keep his ass out of the fire. Okay.
Right.
I think the same thing is going on with Duffy. He's a compromised asset.
And the fact that he's just sucking oxygen out of the room and pointing people in a direction that's not going to matter one way or another, like just smoke and mirrors. He's just keeping everyone, chasing their tail and headed in a direction that isn't a final experiment. I mean, that again, it doesn't amount to anything really.
Yeah. So that's funny that you're saying that, and that's funny that even I called it again the final experiment, even though I know that it's not an experiment. Even the name of this thing seems fishy.
Well, it blocks up the algorithm for anybody looking for FE too.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? They'll
FT,
probably
'cause
end
I
up
thought it was the
finding.
flat Earth.
Right, they'll find that, and they'll find fat ass Craig.
Mm.
FTFE.
Mhm.
Right?
I think he's supposed to be going, right? Is it him?
I
Or
don't
is it
know, man.
Baboon or
All I
Mixed
know is if
Baboon?
I had to go down there and spend 4 days with those motherfuckers, I'd come back in handcuffs and get several felonies.
Yeah, right.
And it's predictive programming too. You know, they're setting us up to say, hey, this is the end of the flat Earth as we know it. This is the end of the conversation, kind of like DeGrasse Tyson kind of thing he would do. You know, a mic drop, final experiment, it's over.
And then Neil deGrasse Tyson is going to go there and be extra smart, doing the fucking most as usual, talking shit. And then he's going to be like, well, I don't understand why the flat earthers and his big fucking blackula ass widow's peak and shit lying through his fucking teeth. See, the reason that the sun hangs out the way it does for 24 hours for this amount of period is because based on where the tilt of the earth, and we're going to have to, and this is what fires my ass up, is we're going to have to hear some more bullshit from him, even though this motherfucker knows exactly what this fucking place is. I sincerely believe that he knows that this place is fucking flat, but he's going to carry on and gloat and act as if it's a fucking ball, like a total fucking liar, like an absolute stooge. He's going to pull that bullshit. And you want to know something? It's going to fucking work. And it's going to be effective. And people en masse, unfortunately, those that are blind, and we have a lot of blind people, they're going to be like, see, of course, look at it. Neil deGrasse Tyson called it. He's smart. You guys are idiots. He's got a degree. He's got a bunch of degrees, and he's on TV. What do you guys know? Nothing.
Right.
He's got a widow's peak.
So
what do you have? You're bald. I'm like, hey, man, you got it, dog. You got it.
Then that's the real payoff right there. It's just more subterfuge.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Subterfuge of words.
a financial guy doesn't do this without some sort of a payout. Okay, so this means one of two things. Okay, if he is doing it and there is no payout, that tells me that the money wasn't coming from him in the first place. Okay.
Yep.
So a financial guy that drops 6 figures is never going to drop 6 figures without an expected return. I don't give a shit who they are. All right. So what is the expected return? And if there is none, whose money is it really? All right. Now, just to exemplify my point a little further, I've known, or have at least I've met, intelligence field assets that have been married for 25 to 30 years and their spouse has no fucking clue what they do. They think that they do something completely different than what their real job actually is. Okay? So don't ever think, oh, I know this person and, you know, this, that, and the other. Unless you really, really fucking know them, you can't be sure as to what's going on. You have to, I don't know, you have to sometimes just rely on your sixth sense, and then even then keep it under your hat what it tells you, because it's not time to let that out yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And you want to know something? That's the nature of it all, man. Like, you have a lot of those folks working for them folks, and as a spouse, you just take it on the chin, and you're like, you know what? I don't know what he does, but these bills are paid. It's warm in the house, and we live in a really nice neighborhood. And I'm going to take that for what it is.
In 1983, I'm going to tell you this right now. In 1983, 1 in 5 East German citizens were Stasi assets. 1 in 5.
Wow.
Yeah, I live in a place where I think 4 out of 5 are.
Wow. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, it's wild, man, because this final experiment, and that's where his money's going to come from, are the I think whatever they reap in from these movies, from this movie that they're going to produce. Now, here's my prediction: summertime. That movie's coming out in the summertime. They're going to make that shit just in time for it's going to be edited, well, blah, 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 this, that, the third. it's going to be ready for the summertime, or
Well,
like
I think that there may be some clauses because there have been contracts drawn up. Okay. So I think that there's some some clauses in there regarding using people's imagery for any kind of documentary purposes or anything like that. And so I think steps have been taken to kind of discourage that, but I can't, I haven't examined the contract and I can't be sure. Just kind of go by what I
Well, that's part of
hear
it too.
around.
We know that Hollywood is struggling. They're like getting their last grasp at anything, and so I think these online documentaries, and like people doing things at a grassroots level, it's garnering more interest. So maybe there's some investment on that level, like you were talking about a moment ago, Ironworks.
Well, yeah, totally. And these dudes are going to get paid, homie. They're going to get paid because you have to think we've come a long, and I say we, even though I probably shouldn't, because I haven't been a flat earther as long as so many other people, right? But this community has come a long way. Who would have thought? I wouldn't have thought 10 years ago that I would have believed that the earth was flat. I never in a million years would have believed that, right? But now that we are where we are, we see this place for what it is. Many of us, there are people in this community that have been, they're like, oh, I've been a flat earther since 2012. And it's like, wow, so for 12 years, you've seen the progress, right? Mostly progress from this community, and seeing how much we've learned and how many people it's garnered to where the rest of this world sees what's going on. And then you have a lot of folks that are sitting back there like they're getting ready to be sheep with another group of people because they're like, wow, they might have a point. I can't believe the globe anymore because their numbers are bigger. So you have a group of people that are numbers folks. So they're just going to believe what our claims just based
Consensus.
off of, exactly, because the consensus is saying this and it's saying that. So in order to stop all that, and it's going to be to them, they think it's going to be a big stop. But I think Mark Sargent brought up a really good point. Mark Sargent says this final experiment, quote unquote, only makes the true Earth, flat Earth community more noticeable and stronger. It just gives us more ammo at the end of the day. Because I think people are sick and tired. People are like, all right, people are now ready to do some work, right? And so you're gonna have the people that watch this movie, and then it may be split. We don't know. Maybe not everybody's gonna buy the bullshit. Maybe you're gonna have a fraction of those folks that are gonna say, hey, you know what? Yeah, like kind of like what you said, Saab. Yeah, how the fuck do you determine what the ground is based off of what the sun does? That doesn't make no sense. They'll get their they'll have their senses working. Meanwhile, everybody else is going to be stupid, and then it's going to be business as usual. And then you're going to be surprised. Like, people's platforms are probably going to grow because of this final experiment.
Well, I'll tell you, if somebody would 20 years ago, if somebody would have told me that I'd be doing this in 20 years, I would have laughed in their fucking face. I would have laughed so goddamn hard it wouldn't be funny. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? And now, even though all of us have always had that inherent feeling that it is, despite everything else, and we just kind of go ahead and accept those things that don't make sense to us in our head. We just go, okay, well, I just don't understand it, but it must be blah, blah, blah. And we'll accept it and go from there. But like you say, this does make it grow. And a lot of people, and I got to thank Craig McNeil and Michael Toon for creating more flat earthers than any flat earther has ever created. Just by your arrogance and your toxic behavior. People can see through that and they go, wow, I'm going to listen to the calm guy. I want to hear what he's got to say. You're just a fucking asshole. I actually heard a person who's not necessarily a flat earther saying they started looking at flat earth because of what an asshole Craig is. and how he acts like he knows every fucking thing, and his arrogant attitude. And she started looking at flat Earth.
Now that's hard when you lose folks based off of your belief. But the scary thing is, and these guys know it of the globe, that once you go flat, that's it. You're flat for life.
Mhm.
You're
You
flat
can't
for
What's the
life.
unsee the
expression?
truth.
Once you go flat, you never go back.
You never go back. That's right. You never
Well,
go back once you go flat.
Seeing the
depends.
truth is like, and trying to unsee the truth is like trying to unfire a bullet.
Or unride a bike.
Yeah. It's just like, yeah. It's like you can't unfire a bullet.
Yeah.
Okay, it's already done. There it is. The you've already seen the results. You can't ever see it back that way. And if for some reason you do, you really didn't understand what you were talking about in the first place either way.
Exactly. You didn't get that aha, I got it moment. And
Mhm.
so it's like riding the bike. Once you get riding a bike, you can't not know how to ride a bike. Like it's stuck with you. It's stuck with you. You understand, your body now understands that it doesn't have to be your brain. It's your body understands that concept of balance now. It gets it. And so it's forever changed to where you just don't go back. And so this flat
That's
earth
it.
is the same thing. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a really good that's a really good analogy, because it does it hits you at a visceral level that you feel it like intrinsically, and once it it groks in your head, then it's like it's a physical reality. You can see that.
Yes.
It becomes part of your vibration and everything. It's just it's a part of you now. You vibe when you need to do that. It just vibes.
Exactly. And so this is why folks don't understand why this is the linchpin of everything. And then when it's like, listen, you need to talk about the flat earth. And so I'm taken by two worlds, right? I'm like, yes, people need to know about the flat earth, but then I'm like, yes, they need to know about the flat earth, but they need to be told about it, and then you need to walk away. Like you can't force it on them, because if they can't do the further digging, and if they can't see it for themselves to where they get that light bulb flashing above their heads to where they're like, I get it now, right? then it's
Here's the thing: is what it is, Vlad, is that you don't have to teach flat Earth. Okay, this is why there weren't flat Earth classes before people were teaching the globe. Okay, that would be as useless as having a class about how water is wet. It would be a class in the obvious, which would be of no importance whatsoever. Okay, so this is why this globe has to be taught. And the only way to get around the physical impossibilities around it are to gloss over them upon a group of people who don't have critical thinking skills yet. So it's interesting that the globe has to be taught, but flat Earth does not. This is evident when people, I've heard them say before, oh, you still think the Earth is flat? And I'm like, what do you think? I just transported here from the Middle Ages or something? Are you daft? No, that indicates to me that you too once thought that the Earth was flat, and now we're convinced that it's a globe somehow. All right, so that's where that phrase is actually coming from. You told on yourself.
Yep. And you want to know, it's funny that you said, what, did I just get transported from the Middle Ages? Well, if you did, that would probably make you smarter than the average person these days. That's the crazy. This is what we're starting off. It's crazy the other things that come with the flat earth package. You know what I'm saying? The amount of things and the truth that you come across. And this is why it's like, this is something that we talk about every day, many of us, right? Certainly I know you are on many days speaking about flat earth and those things that are related to it. And so people don't understand when they're like, why do you believe in this so hard, and why is it so important to you? It's like, listen, if only you knew the other bullshit that would come to light to you, the things that you'd be like, wow, those other things are lies, because these things wouldn't be possible if this is the reality. These other things are not possible. and the rabbit hole that it brings, it forces you down the rabbit hole. It doesn't just let you come down. No, it forces you down that rabbit hole. You can't help but to see all the other bullshit.
Well, yeah, it's because that globe Earth belief, that programming that they gave you at that young age, that they conditioned you to accept, is one of the foundational tiles in the Jenga tower of deceit. Once you pull that one, the rest of the fucking lies start crumbling before your eyes, because one of the first things you go, oh my God, if they were able to lie to me about that, what the fuck else are they lying to me about? And you start looking. And then you find them. And that's where I'm at right here.
Yeah, Sovereign, you're definitely onto something. Like, I think it's a big part of it is just cutting off curiosity. You know, if you've got the model up there and you've got the disk and then it's got the known lands with like the way it should be laid out, then people are still thinking, they're still looking. They're like, okay, well, what's beyond that? Where do we go from there? But you put it all in a little box, a neat little globe on the table. You know, it takes up less space. It cuts off creativity. It cuts off the drive for the curiosity to understand the mystery. And I think, yeah, you pointed that out really clearly. That's like one of the main games right there.
You got it, buddy. You got it, Frank, right there. Look in the Truman Show, right? The flashback from when he was a kid. He stands up and says, I want to be an explorer like the great Magellan. And she pulls down the map and says, oh, I'm sorry, Truman, you're too late. Everything's already been discovered.
Right.
And man, it's frustrating, but it's amazing. It's amazing after you get over the frustration that they set us. We've been set back. We've been set back, but you've got all these other channels and you've got all these other people that are like, wait a minute, this place isn't what this place. And you're like, wait, it's not just flat. Now this place is older or newer or whatever than we once thought. So now we're looking at everything through a new set of lens, a totally different set of lens.
This cannot be a plan devised by mortal men. This goes beyond mortal men. Mortal men maybe have been used as instruments to implement it, but the plan itself is beyond the capability of mortal man. I'm sorry, you can't convince me otherwise. Okay. So to convince the entire world, basically to take the population of the earth and give them all a collective amnesia. And we know that the first questions that arise with an amnesia patient is what day is it? Who am I? Where am I? Right? Yep. Well, they've lied to you about where am I, and they've lied to you about who am I, and they've lied to you about when am I.
Yep.
Okay, those are three very fundamental things that we use toward our identity itself.
Yeah.
So if they've got control of that, they've got control of your medulla oblongata.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Yeah, and it immediately establishes for them like a false premise of authority, because it's like, hey, we're the gatekeepers. We got it all figured out. Whereas if they had to admit that they don't understand the mystery any more than the next guy, then they lose all power. They lose all leadership, so to speak.
They don't get to be the special boy no more. See?
Yep.
And now instead of focusing on who am I, they focus on who is AI. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And they put. Go ahead. Yeah.
No. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say they put all of us in the position of asking the question. You know, what's the answer? What's the answer? And then they constantly just feed it out, right?
Yep.
Well, the entire thing too, and this is man, I use this on Facebook all the time and shit. These people come on there and their whole thing revolves around reversal of the burden of proof. Okay. Contrary to their belief, they have a positive claim that must be proven. So when somebody says, well, prove the earth is flat, I don't have to. It's an observation. Okay. Now, my observational reality, okay, and your claim are in controversy here. So you're saying that what I experience and what I see is not that at all. That means that you have to prove that it's not as I observe and experience it. The observation is the default until proven otherwise. And so far, until someone can actually show a physical measurement of convexity, the same in all directions from one point, I don't even want to hear any shit about convexity. I don't want you to say, hey, look at that fucking lighthouse way over there and listen to me explain to you how I don't understand how the human eyesight works. No. Physical measurement. You think about this with an eighth of a mile radius of ice. You could do that test. And if you show a consistent 1-inch deviation from the point that you're taking the measurement from, you have convexity.
You do.
Unless you can show that, then kiss my ass with your lighthouse observations, your Lake Pontchartrain bullshit, everything else. I don't even want to hear it.
You want to know?
True
you
facts. Go ahead.
You want to know what I find interesting is you see what Awakened Nemesis says. I'm just looking at what he's saying, right? Take you to the opposite direction due to lies of free mess. Okay, so we're looking at who runs many of these institutions, right? We spoke about this a few days ago. The institutions, the same thing. The money stuff, right? The banks, the money, the judicial, education, medicine, religion. This
All
one,
the
that one, the
Meshuggah,
third.
all the Meshuggah.
Yeah, everything. All basically the pillars that make like a civilization. They
Every
run
facet of socioeconomic political society.
Yep, they run it, and they have us thinking in the
Oy
complete
vey.
opposite of our better interest. And it's like not, but when we're starting to see it now, look at what we've done. Think of what we've done. If when we start to see it, we're like, hey, look at who the fucking enemy is. Would you look at who the damn enemy is? Luke, what's happening, brother? My bad. I don't know if I said what's up, man. But Luke, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, all good, mate. How's it going, fellas?
Hey,
it's going.
Yeah,
Go
I just
ahead,
wanted
man.
just some points that Sol was bringing up earlier. 100% agree that that what's happening in the sky doesn't affect what we've observed, and it's clear that we're on a stationary plane. It is flat. And there's like, name me a flat earther that is saying that. Right? Because Sov, you said it's beyond retarded if someone's going on what's happening in the sky affects what's happening on Earth. Right? So the only flat earther that I know who's got a platform who's saying that is Jaron, and he's saying it over and over. He's saying if he goes down there and sees a 24-hour sun, you're retarded if you think that the Earth's still flat.
Here. He did say that. I remember.
Over and over again.
Yeah.
He did.
So next time you're having a chat with him, Sov, pull it up. Pull it up with him. Say, hey, what's the deal, mate?
Oh, it's been pointed out. It's been pointed out to him.
Yeah, I think so.
It's been
go
pointed
ahead.
out to him. I'm sitting back watching the show. Okay, as I've stated before, Jaron is his own guy. He's got his own channel. He has his own views and his own opinions, as do I. Doesn't mean I don't get along with him. Doesn't mean I can't banter back and forth with him and shit. But like I say, well, let's wait and see what happens after the fat lady sings, right?
Well,
we can't really. We can speculate what's going to happen. We can have theories. We can war game it and everything like that. But at the end of the day, it ain't happened until it's happened. That's just like these people all putting their cheers up for, oh yeah, Matt Gaetz is AG, and I'm like, yeah, okay, wait. The fat lady ain't saying yet. The motherfucker ain't taking an oath of office. They've already conditioned you to the idea of assassination attempts. So let's just see what the fuck happens here in the next month or so before we start getting all uppity and, oh, look at us with our MAGA shit and everything. You know, this ain't over yet, man. And that's what I say with this thing in the South. And Jaron has opinions on it. I myself, I don't think looking into the sky, all that's going to tell us is, well, there's something that's weird going on with the sun, because you know, there's, like I said before, none of the rest of the shit's going to just fall away. It certainly isn't. And I've always said that anyways, you know, like Ruhif, he wants to always look at the fucking sky. And I'm like, I don't want to look at the sky. Give me a physical measurement of convexity. Well, no, let's use a theodolite. No, let's use a fucking laser in an 8-mile radius fucking circle on ice. Okay? Have you done the test? I don't need to do the test. I don't think the Earth's a globe. Okay, you do.
Right.
So you have to prove that there's a 1-inch fucking deviation in every direction from your point with a laser or something else. I want physical measurements. Calculations are not measurements.
Is there any counter argument to what you're presenting there, Sovereign? Because that seems like that's the way to go about it. I mean, the final experiment should be something more akin to like a realistic science, not just watching a reflection in the sky.
Yeah.
Right. Right. That's why I always say, look, this is the thing. And this is another thing. They've got everybody snowed. And I'm going to say this, and I've been saying it loud. And when I say it on Facebook, I say it in fucking capital letters. Astronomy is not science. There's nothing scientific about looking at shit in the sky and recording patterns and then post-dicting those patterns happening again.
Yeah.
All right.
And what's crazy also to add on to that is how they've got us thinking, just like Awakened Nemesis said, how they have us thinking in opposite of what the things are. They've got us thinking that these things in the sky are physical objects that are tangible, that you can get to.
Luciferian inversion.
It's like, oh man, like everything that we've been given, everything we've been fed is just like that, a Luciferian inversion. It's opposite.
Healthcare destroys health. Education systems destroy knowledge. Religious institutions destroy the spirit. Come on. Everything is the opposite of what it's claimed to be. Health and Human Services, really? Let's look at what they really do. Child Protective Services, do they protect children? No, they traffic children. Everything is an inversion.
Yep.
And if, like what you were saying, Ironwork, like if you actually look at the optical impressions that you get from those so-called planets in the sky, right, the wandering stars, like you've seen those, right, the ones that you can get with visual cameras and stuff, then you got to ask yourself, hey, what's really going on? Like when they connected back to some of the theosophy stuff or anthroposophy, that they believed those were like collections of spiritual entities. And if nothing else, we're seeing like schematic patterns of like some sort of energy, you know, swirling and moving around.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm going to shoot through. I just wanted to come up and make that point. Keep up the good work, and I'll be in the background.
Right on, Luke.
You got it, man.
Luke, trust your feelings, Luke.
I might send Luca up though to annoy Sov.
Oh man,
all the crazy ones come from Australia.
They do. I like it. I like Iron Horse too. He's a trip.
Yeah, man. Now, I mean, yeah, totally. And so, seeing what these stars once were, or once were described as, and now we're in this place to where everything is physical, like we're
the old gods.
Yeah. Yep. Where now everything is physical. Like now it has me thinking and wondering, damn, now that the majority of us think this way, think that everything has to be physical in order to be real.
Right.
Like it's like, God damn, like have we condemned ourselves? Like
And
how
yet they don't
far
wanna think of-
deep?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So like how far deep down the well are we? Are we too far from saving? You know what I'm saying? Like I'd like to think that we're not, because like we've figured out that this place is not what we once thought it was, but still, like I'm like, damn, are we too far from redemption? You know?
And
I'm sorry,
that's the thing
Discord.
too. Like
No,
the
I was
question that you posted, the question you posted a moment ago from the chat room, that he says there's a bigger secret than the dimension, or the orientation, the understanding of our realm. And I don't think so. I think that's one of the first greatest deceptions, is like what our prime material plane actually is. But he said there's a bigger secret. What do you guys think the bigger secret is that you had posted it a second ago, Ironwork?
Yeah, well, I just want to fast say what I was going to say. Just they don't want to.
Sorry about that.
They don't believe anything is real unless it's physical and all. But yet they believe in Wi-Fi, but they don't want to believe in its physical damage it does.
Damage,
Like the
yes,
physical part of it.
really
No,
good
no, no.
point.
But it's the magical part. That's fine. That's real now.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Like nobody wants to pay attention to the frying and the damage that causes to your body. But does Wi-Fi work? Well, yeah. Look at my phone. I got Wi-Fi. I'm watching YouTube.
Even things that we see. For instance, I just want to point this out. A rainbow. We've all seen a rainbow. It looks like something.
Yeah.
It's there. It looks like it's coming down at a specific point, doesn't it? It looks like a tangible object of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
You can never touch it. You can never reach it. It's not real. It's just an effect that you see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like with your
And then
water
there
hose.
are other such things like that are just optical. They're not tangible. And they've taken partial advantage of that. But like you were saying that these various stars, which I think it's interesting that most of them are given names of pagan gods and things, especially the wandering stars or planets. And they've convinced people that they're somehow balls of terra firma, of a physical nature. What the fuck does that all come from? It comes from assumptions through observations. That's all. They don't know what they are. Maybe one day we'll be able to reach one and find out. But I think this is kind of interesting regarding stars.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cultures that believe the stars have sentience to them, and especially in the past. And they have individual names. Each of them that they've picked out. They have these names. And there's literally millions of them in the sky. If you look, there's really a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Now we know that everything in physicality is nothing more than a product of sound, or basically frequency, energy, and vibration at various degrees, bringing up the physicality that we experience and interpret in our senses as what everything is. Now, angels, who are supposed to be in heaven, are always depicted with musical instruments, lyres, trumpets, even
Banjos.
choirs of angels. So here's an interesting thought. What if all of the stars are nothing more than individual members of a grand orchestra that is playing this reality into existence?
Every star
Each
is
one of
those.
them having their own specific, unique part in that orchestra.
Yep.
I never thought of that like that at all.
Playing the song of life.
Yeah.
Now you're describing the celestial sphere.
Yeah, they talk about that. They talk about that in the Silmarillion. Again, that book again. J.R.R. Tolkien's. They talk about that, the music. Like they played the music to basically bring things into existence. They played music. Yeah, I never.
The Chinese say that the. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, Tolkien said that the Silmarillion was actually a history of ancient Europe.
Well, in the Chinese system, they have 28 constellations, and they say each of those constellations is one of our spiritual family in heaven, and that's actually where we're projecting in from. So a little bit of a
they would all be
angle
each
on
their
that.
own angle. Wouldn't the stars also be angles of that piece of music? Piece of frequency playing that music.
So yeah, I thought I heard something like that. I just didn't understand that. A different angle.
Yeah, angels being angels, depending on how you play with the word.
Okay.
Yeah, so all the sound they're playing is creating a fractal environment that we're all just reflecting around in. They also call it the maze of reflections or the chamber of echoes and stuff like that.
We're getting into some deep ass philosophies now, man.
Yeah,
I
deep,
love
deep
it though.
water.
I love it. I love it though,
It's the
because
good
you know
stuff.
that's mind expanding to be able to not only conceive but to expand upon these concepts even in your mind. You know, it's just it's like calisthenics for your mind, really. It really
Yeah.
is.
Dang. Yeah, because it takes my mind to places that it's just like I've never understood, I've never experienced. And so it leaves me puzzled. And it's like, what do I need to learn in order to further understand that? Or what do I need to experience in order to properly understand it?
Right.
Yeah. Like and you know, I think experience is one, learning is one thing, experience is the, I guess it's necessary counterpart, because like I explain things not through what I've learned or not through what I've read, but rather what I've experienced. That's how I like to explain things, or that's how I like to dictate through the lens of experience. So I'm wondering, like, what do I need to see in order to better understand that? Which, this shit is strange as hell. And I think it's strange because I'm still kind of looking at the world through the eyes of a globe earth person. I can't help it. I've been here for a long time. We've been in this globe earth for a long, long time. So trying to see it any other way is difficult. It's like I have
Are
to
you close enough? Oh,
Yep,
go
go ahead.
sorry.
No, it's like
Are
I
you
have to
close enough to?
remember that yeah, I don't live on a globe. Like, all the stuff that they taught us was bullshit. Like,
Mhm.
I have to reprogram my mind and I have to rethink things in order to further understand, like, the stuff that we're discussing, to further and better understand the stuff that we're discussing.
What I wanted to ask you was, do you live close enough to Tornado Alley to have seen tornadoes or large hurricanes?
I think Saab, you might see way
I've
from your
seen
viewpoint.
well, since I've lived here in the last 30 years, I think there's only been like maybe 2-3 tornadoes the whole time. Now, that was when I lived in Michigan younger. I've seen a tornado touch down in our neighborhood, luckily barely missed a few houses, and
Man,
it
Saab's
left
got
a
it then.
trail through our baseball field at the end of the
Jeez.
yard. And I remember I
Ye-
saw this thing because we heard the siren go off and you could hear this thing rumbling. So before you go in the basement, if you open your windows, always open your windows, and not all the way, just open them. Because the reason being is your house will implode because of the pressure if you don't do that.
Right.
That's where a lot of
Right.
damage comes from, is the houses implode because of the pressure differential outside. So if you
Mhm.
open your windows, you can prevent it from imploding. And I was in the process of opening one of the dining room windows, and I saw that fucking thing down the road, and it sounded like a screaming
Ooh.
train
Yeah.
is what it sounded like. And I just saw it just blow the shingles off of this fucking house's roof. And then it dumped up and jumped into the lake and blew
Nice.
water all over the fucking place. They were fish in the trees, all kinds of shit, man.
Nice. Yeah, Saab's got it. If you've seen tornadoes manifest directly out of the sky, then you don't have to be asked if you know there's a God or not.
Right.
Dude, that was the most phenomenal thing, the scariest thing I've ever seen. I mean, just the sound of it's terrifying.
Yeah, my mother's family lives in West Tennessee, and they get drilled with tornadoes just like all summer long, right?
Well, that's
And so
because
in the
trailer
winter, when
parks cause those, you know.
yeah, those thunderstorms start, man, that
Mobile
stuff
home,
is
well, that's don't you always see them
breathtaking.
get destroyed? There it is. God damn it, they put a mobile home park in. Now we're a
That's
tornado
right.
zone. Jesus,
Must attract them.
it does.
You brought those damn tornadoes here, damn it. They're my tornadoes, Nurse Ratchet. They're mine. Shit.
Oh my god, yeah. This is but no,
Man,
they
oh, man.
definitely that's one of my focus. I mean, it's I don't know. I have this ability to be able to see people. You know, it's like there's something about their eyes that initially that makes me look deeper, and I'm like, oh, I know what you are. You know, and
I know
it's
what you
these
mean.
demonic fucks. And I tell you, man, nothing could be eviler than to take advantage of gullible people and knowingly deceive them. And this is what most pastors do. But this guy, Duffy, is taking the cake with it because he wants to put on this smiling Bob, happy-go-lucky family style preacher and shit. And he's not that, man. He's a financial shark who has defrauded people. He's still in litigation for this defrauding of people. And I see him as a very suspect thing to just appear on the fucking scene with this final experiment shit. Okay? This is exactly how psyops are run.
Yeah, there's got to
But
be
I
a bag
see him-
waiting for him
I
somewhere.
see- Yeah, I see him for the wolf in sheep's clothing that he is. I can see right through him, and I saw right through him the very first time I saw him talk.
Me too.
These people don't want to talk to me. This is one of the reasons I don't get any of them to come over on my channel. They never try to pop on and pull shit or anything because
You got
they
his
know.
ass. You got
They
his
know-
ass by surprise on my shit. That was awesome. You got
They
him by
know I
surprise
can
on my
fucking
shit.
see him. They
He was
know
like,
I
hey,
can
Vlad. I
fucking
was like,
see him.
he was like, hey, Vlad. I was like, hey, Will Duffy. Hey, welcome. What? Say hi to Saab and them. That was awesome. Oh, what a surprise. I was like, hey, man, Saab's here too, man. He's going to ask you some questions, bro. You don't mind, do you? That was amazing.
Yeah, man. So yeah, it's but the fact of the matter is they know that I can see them. They know I know what they are, and they don't like being seen.
Now that's the interesting thing, man. Is I think they could spot people that could see through their bullshit too a lot of times. So they're
I'd
like,
like to
kind of
do-
like what you mentioned. Kind of like
I'd
what you
like to
mentioned.
get
they
it.
try to avoid you.
I'd like to run my ultimate test on them, and that'd be my
Yeah.
dog Brandy. My dog Brandy can see him.
I think
She
the
sure
only
as
time
hell
those
can, man. She's the sweetest, calmest dog, and she's never. And this is I'm not shitting because I love her and all that. But in all the years I've had her, this is no shit. She has never done one bad thing ever. It's remarkable. I've never had a dog like that. She never. I can leave a steak on the table and go off do something else, and she won't touch it. She won't even go near it. And it's not because I've ever had to yell at her about it or nothing else like that. She just is a good dog. I don't know whatever happened. But every once in a while, she'll see somebody and it's like the hackles are up and she's growling and she looks like a hound from hell. And I'm like, oh, baby, what is it? And I'll see who she's looking at. And I'm like, oh, okay, baby, it's all right. I see him too. It's all right. And I have to calm her down. She can fucking see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I think that why those vampire type people don't want to come on your show is because, you know, when they're on your show, that's the only time they see their own reflection in your eyes.
Vampire. That's so good.
Yeah, I
And they're
heard that
hiding
too.
from
That's
their
the German
reflection.
coming out. Are you German?
No, I'm Danish. Not
Danish. Okay.
Just a little further, just a little bit further. It's
Yeah.
almost the same
No,
language.
let me
just
see. I
a
get mixed
No,
up.
it's not.
Yeah,
Eine Bissen, eine Bissen.
because
Mein Deutsch ist nicht so gut.
Danish. Denmark is north of Germany, and the
Yeah.
Netherlands is like northwest of Germany, and it's west of Denmark too.
Yeah.
And I get that I don't know why I always get them two mixed up.
Let
Which
me
one
tell
is-
you what's the most
Because they're showing you fake
bizarre.
maps.
I'm going to tell you what
Yeah,
I think is the most bizarre language that I ran across in Europe. Okay. and it's like some kind of a weird mixture between French and German. It's called Flemish, and that's Belgian. With the
Belgian. I was gonna say
yeah,
that. Yeah, yeah,
Flemish,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it's because the first time I heard somebody speaking, I was like, "What the fuck is that French?" No, wait, that ain't French, because I heard like French words, or variations of French words, but then also German words too, and I'm like, "The fuck is that language?" And my friend told me, he says, "That's Flemish."
Yeah.
I was
And
like,
then you put it all together and you get shit sounding like this. I want Tongpo. You want me to kick it like this? Ha!
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
I want Tongpo. He break my brother's back.
No way, man. But no, it's I mean, when you can see these people and you understand it, and they know, it's like they have this knowing, like you can see them. I've run into them in real life, and they can't wait to get away. They can't hold a gaze. All I have to do is just look into their eyes, and it's weird. They can't hold a gaze. They will want to look away or do something else. It's like it makes them really nervous.
Really uncomfortable. Yeah.
Mhm.
You can see
They
them
see
for
their own evil
it's-
face.
That's right. That's right.
The
And
real
really,
one.
that's all. That's all it is. A lot of times, like now, we're starting to kind of tailor and kind of, I guess you could say, kind of wedge these people out of our channels. They'll show up from time to time and they'll talk shit, but for the most part, they don't want the smoke. We just had speak of the devil.
I'm just going to jump into a little space, okay?
What's that? What's going on, Swallow? It's good to see you, man.
Who is that? I can't
Swallow
see it.
Fe. Swallow Fe.
Oh,
He
okay.
is
Because you got that comment up that it doesn't show the chirons when that's up.
Oh, sorry. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're good. It's the comments. When comments are displayed on the screen, then our names are not displayed. I don't know why they do that, but they're weird.
Yeah, g'day. Sorry, I had the YouTube in the background. I had double speak, so I had to turn the YouTube off, so I couldn't hear everything properly.
How you doing, bro? I'm good,
oh, man.
man.
It's hot.
It's hot. Oh, yeah, bro. You're in Australia, right?
Oh, it's cooking right now. I had not got I took my shirt off and I got all doors open. It's fucking hot.
Oh yeah, summer down there, baby.
Man,
But
I
where
got
in
snow
Australia?
outside.
Where in Australia are you?
Melbourne.
Oh, god dang. You south Australia. You south.
Yeah, I'm down there where I think that other guy was. You know, the one who had the like two crosses on his logo. I think he's from Melbourne too.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah, man.
I'm noticing in the chat everyone's talking about the 100K Bitcoin thing too, and I'm kicking for that as well too.
Oh, did it surpass 100K?
It's at 99.
Oh my gosh.
It's close.
Wow.
I'm sorry to sorry, what's that?
Oh, Bitcoin. That's the digital fiat currency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope I haven't interrupted. I know that everyone was everyone was in their zone having a chat just before, but yeah, I did. I wanted to come in and talk about something which I mentioned a few days ago or something like. And by the way, that last time I was actually on, that was my phone that was ringing, and it completely dominated my phone. I had to get out.
No,
because I couldn't hear anything. So
that's cool. You said that, man, and I didn't have no smoke for you, so you straight.
Yeah, well, I think my voice may have even been like cut down to like 1/4 of the sound, so I could only barely hear my own voice, and the ringing was just dominating. I couldn't concentrate. So,
oh nah, bro, ain't no love lost over here. You straight, bro.
Yeah, I know, but I think that I think Plain Reality was essentially teabagging me for the next 10 minutes because I ducked out, and everyone was like, "Oh, he rage quit." No, the phone cut in. I was on for 20 minutes. So
be like, let the records show that Swallow Fe rage quit.
Due to a phone call.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what they
It
all
happens.
say. It's always a phone call. It's like, let me stop.
Yeah, but you did hear the ringtone. I mean, everyone was saying, "Is that your phone?" No, it's not my phone. You know, so it was my phone.
Yeah, man. So we're just talking about the reality of things, everything being flat. You obviously thinking everything's curving, but it is what it is. We can't change your mind. I think you already know what the deal is. You know what time it is, man. That's what it is. But
Yeah,
you,
it's 5
you
p.m.
just no. I mean, what what we
Come
mean
on.
by you know what time it is where I'm from.
Yeah,
you
I know.
understand. You understand
He's
what's
playing
going on.
devil's advocate.
How'd you
Yeah,
like that
that's it.
video I put out earlier today, Vlad?
Yeah, like I saw it and I was driving. I was trying to get it. I was like, what did he say? Like I heard something in the background, but
That
I
was
didn't get
it.
it.
I didn't say anything. That's the whole point. I was discussing the most important issues facing us today and staying within YouTube's terms of service agreement. So I just
Oh.
sat there silent for a minute and said, all right, well, thanks for coming.
Hey, can I just say, I can't see the names up on the screen, but can I say that both your arms have both disappeared? So does that mean that you're not reality? What's the go there?
I am infinite awareness having an experience as a dude
There we
up
go.
on a space station with a Chinese dude that doesn't move.
Oh,
There we go.
you're on the
Something wrong.
you're on the Chinese one, are you? So it's not the
Yeah,
IXF.
yeah.
But I mean, how do
they
you?
got most of the parts up here from Wish, and you know,
Those
Well, you got
wish
some magic
pods.
arms there. They can reappear whenever you want.
Yo, man, I bought my little girl. I bought her these toys. There's this cartoon that she likes, right? And it's got these characters in it, and they look pretty cool. And I used to have a Wish app, and I was like, ooh, I see these characters on Wish. Let me buy them. I bought them, and I bought a bunch of SpongeBob characters, right? And I love SpongeBob. My SpongeBob characters came in. I was like, oh, snap, this is the real thing. I looked them over and they looked great. They were amazing. Now I'm waiting for her characters to come in. Her characters came and I was like, why does this dude have a cape? The character does not have a cape. I was like, why is this dude black? The character is white. I said, what is? And then I was like, hey, sweetheart. And at the time, my daughter was like 7 years old. I was like, sweetheart, here you go. She was like, Dad, what's this? I was like, oh, I forgot I forgot the name of the cartoon. I was like, oh, it's these guys. She was like, yeah, Dad. It looks like these are Chinese toys. These aren't good at all. She was like, you got the Chinese quality stuff, man. That's not good. And I felt so embarrassed. Like I never felt so like you ever felt so embarrassed you started to get hot underneath the collar?
Yeah, man.
Like my daughter, when she said that, I was so embarrassed. I was like, oh, well, it's the same kind of. And she was like, yeah, but Shot Noir is not black, but he's black over here. And I was like, damn, man. I was so embarrassed. I was like, yeah, well, I guess you're right. I was like, damn.
Yeah, you ain't got no
Called me
choice
out.
but to own out. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, buying some knockoff damn Chinese toys,
So
man.
you said you like SpongeBob.
I love
Did you
SpongeBob.
know that each one of the characters is based off of one of the 7 deadly sins?
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, man.
Mr. Krabs is obviously greed.
There you go.
No.
Vanity. The squirrel is vanity.
Really?
The squirrel is vanity. You've got gluttony. You've got sloth. Envy is the plankton.
Oh wow! And he's green.
Yeah, with envy.
What's SpongeBob and Patrick Star then?
SpongeBob is lust.
Lust.
Nice.
Wow. And Patrick is gluttony?
Yep. As well as sloth.
And
lazy, yeah, he doesn't want to do anything. Yeah, man, it's just like yeah, that's all on purpose. I think it's ingenious and it works too. You know, it's like, wow, huh? What was he really thinking with this? You know, and that's quite a premise to base a cartoon on. Let's base a cartoon on the 7 deadly sins.
Wow. And it's a genius cartoon because I mean everybody grew up loving I didn't experience SpongeBob until I was like 28 years old. And it had me rolling. And I was like, why am I watching cartoons? I'm a grown ass man. And I was like, but this stuff, you can't get enough of it. But now you're telling me this. I'm like, damn, man. It's
No,
like
I agree. SpongeBob is really, really good. I wouldn't mind just asking you, do you ever watch Ren and Stimpy?
Oh yeah.
I loved Ren and Stimpy.
Now that was really, really warped, and it was pretty sick sometimes. And there are little there's subtones in it which you don't pick up as a kid, no doubt about it.
Oh yeah, don't whiz on.
Oh man, that one where he was. If you look at it, it was a thing he was doing. I forget how it went. I had a clip of it someplace, but where he was making Stimpy saw wood or something. The way he was doing it, it looked like he was pounding him in the ass.
He was humping him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's man, that cartoon was dangerous.
You know who my favorite character was?
Silence, I kill you.
Ren and Stimpy?
Powdered Toast Man. He was the funniest.
Oh yeah,
man, I used to sit with my girlfriend smoking weed and watching Beavis and Butthead, and that fucking that show would crack me up. Yeah, I swear to God, Beavis and Butthead Do America. I'll still watch that from time to time. That fucking movie is hilarious, man. Have you ever seen it?
Nah, that movie, But I remember them on MTV.
It's funny as shit. It's got some big names. Bruce Willis does one of the voices. Demi Moore is a voice in it. Robert Stack plays the FBI agent.
Oh
my
all right, God.
Give him a cavity search. Make it. He says, give him a cavity search. Go hard and deep. Don't stop till you feel the back of their throat.
Yeah, Pinky and the Brain. I watched that too. I was just thinking about it before too.
It's fucking hilarious. They're there at the Hoover Dam, to see this great wonder of, on this tour. And instead they're inside the bathroom, more fascinated with the automatic flush toilets, playing with them.
Them dudes, like I did not understand Beavis and Butthead. Like I'd sit there watching them and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And it used to come on late. But this is when we had cable for like 2 months. My parents were like, yeah, we ain't paying for this shit no more. I'm like, God, dog, man. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'd have them call me up like Comcast or something. And what the hell? If I ain't got nothing to do, I like fucking with telemarketers and shit like that,
Yeah.
And this guy was like, yeah, we got this package and he's got all these thousands of channels and all that. And I says, no, I'm not interested in that. He goes, well, what? He says, why not? And I was like, well, what good is, 5,000 channels of shit? Here's what happens. You go through 5,000 channels of shit and you pick the least shittiest of all the shit, which is still shit.
Yep.
And you want me to pay you for that? I'm not interested, man.
Yep.
And they don't understand. I had a guy come over to my house one time and he goes, turn on the news. I said, I don't have TV. He goes, what do you mean you don't have TV? How do you get the news? I says, what do I need the news for? Well, how do you know what's going on? I says, how do you know what's going on? He says, because of the news. I said, no, you're just misinformed as to what's going on.
Yeah, right. Nobody need to know that some of that bullshit. Yeah, man.
I gotta admit, I agree. I decided maybe back in 2010 or something like that, whenever you do watch the news, it's all doom and gloom anyway. There's apart from maybe catching the weather or the sports or something like that, there is nothing that actually impacts you at all. I mean, there might be some bomb strike in some country you've never even heard about. None of it matters. So watching the news is just sucks. So I don't know why people even bother.
Well, it's carefully orchestrated harvesting of human psychic emotional energy. Now, the most powerful way to do that is to get a large group of people. You can do this in mass or not, as long as you get them all to have the same emotional response at the same time in an area. Okay, that's all you have to do. And so if you watch what's going on in the news, they are playing your emotions like an orchestra. Today, 3 dead teenagers were found at the hand of a crazy man with a machete. But first, here's this cute adoptable puppy that's looking for a home. Here's Jenna to tell you more. And then they come back and they get you with tornado seasons among us, and we might have to be careful. You see, it's just a constant orchestral conducting of your collective human psychic emotional energy, all at your regularly scheduled programming time.
Yeah, I actually did a speech. I actually did a speech
for your meds.
Yeah, sorry. I actually did a speech at a Bitcoin conference last year, and I actually said that fear is one of the most strongest, controlling emotions, and they use it. They weave it quite well, right? And I said that the number one combative unit to be able to bring down fear is memes. You can destroy fear with memes, like a bullet straight to the heart. And so this is what I stand by. Memes are absolute killers when it comes to that sort of stuff. You got to make people laugh, and you got to make people laugh at those people who are telling the bullshit to you.
Yep.
The age-old adage that laughter's the best medicine.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I even said that, like, if you had a king on a throne, right, he could go out there and cut the heads off of X amount of people who he didn't like, right? But the Joker was always had a seat right beside the king, and he could say anything that he wanted, so long as it was funny, and they would just keep laughing. But I mean, he was fucking insulting them, but they'd laugh at it, and so he continued to get a seat beside the crown. So, laughter has power, lots of power.
Yeah. Did you ever notice how a jester's hat? You ever look at a jester's hat?
Yeah.
It's fucking king's crown. It's a caricature of a king's crown.
Sure.
Yeah. It's an extension. And the floppiness obviously makes it look silly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Flaccid. See? It's like
Yeah, exactly. Just and it's flaccid. It's not perky and upright. It's just
Yeah.
Hey, someone, there was a lightning guy. He keeps on coming up on the chat.
So
he keeps asking me about my sunrises. Yes, it's true.
Yes.
Like I said a few weeks ago, it's true.
So sea lightning, sea lightning. I forget where sea lightning is from. I forget.
What nano CBD talking about here? Down to 61 visitors. Are we watching a video regarding curvature? Well, sure. Would you like to come up and talk about some curvature?
No, we're talking about Ren Stimpy and SpongeBob.
Yeah, we've come towards the end of the of tonight's production, Nano. Because you showed up, Nano. Look, man, motherfucker, you showed up late tonight, man.
Right.
Nano be showing up late sometimes, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, I'm late. How come y'all ain't talking about flat Earth no more?" Like, man, we was talking about that most of the night, man. You just showed up late because you wanted to go party, which we have no problem with that.
No.
How come y'all ain't talking about flat Earth then? Damn. Like,
go
come
back,
on, man.
Rewind.
Yeah. Push the rewind button, family. Nano CBD and Nano CBD's one of the day ones, man.
Oh, I gotta agree with that. I like Newhart too, man. Newhart was a fucking funny as shit. Bob
Newhart show. You know he just recently died.
Yeah, no. His deadpan humor. I love deadpan humor. Where it's just like, he wasn't really. It was more his reactions and shit, and the way that he would, question, and it was like, that's, I don't know. He was a genius. He was a comedic genius. I love Bob Newhart.
Show.
Hey, can I respond to one of the things Dojo said? I saw it popped up just before. He said that the globe is the number one fear tactic. I mean, even this number one just said it just now. All fear tactics on globe, but I don't get that. There's no. Where's the fear? I don't get it. Maybe it's a topic for another day, but I don't.
I know it's subject to random destruction at any time. That we're spinning through space at thousands of miles an hour.
Right.
Yeah, but at the same time, you could say
strike us.
You could say the dollar could strike lightning down on your head. So what's the difference?
Look how often, though. Look how often people have this tendency to want to have fear over shit they would could do nothing about anyway. Okay.
Okay, but,
There's
but at the
nothing
same
you can
time,
do about it.
scientists have fear that they can't get to Antarctica because a ship will come out and blow them out of the water. So what are you talking about?
Well, I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there. I really am. Okay. So what I'm saying is that, you know, how often do you see these little stories running through the news? You know, oh, an asteroid the size of New York City will narrowly miss the Earth Wednesday. Keeping in your mind that one of these things, and they always want to tell you in the article, if an asteroid of this size and magnitude were to strike the Earth, this, and this would happen. Okay. And so they've constantly in the back of your mind is this idea that, oh my God, a big magic outer space rock might kill us all, just like the dinosaurs. Okay. Also, it was a good way to keep you helpless, a feeling of helplessness, even hopelessness. Okay.
Okay.
So,
yeah. I mean, sure.
Definitely.
I get it. Yeah, the whole asteroid thing. I mean, there's been movies about it forever. I mean, you know, like
the whole thing they tell you to lose it get you all geeked up about fucking dinosaurs when you're a little kid, and then tell you, yeah, but now they're all fucking dead because of a big rock from space came down and killed them all.
But I mean, in all honesty,
and it could happen to us at any time. So,
in all honesty, when you walk down the street and you go to the shops, do you just honestly think that an asteroid's going to hit us today?
You don't have to actively, consciously think it. If it's in your subconscious, you're thinking it.
Yeah, but I don't think about it myself. What do you think? So that's the thing. I mean, I went to the shop before.
You're not aware of the subconscious thoughts.
Well,
your subconscious is working wholly independent of your frontal part of your brain all the time. All the time.
I don't care about asteroids. Like I know that some asteroids pass by us every now and then, but most of the time that they're about like 2 moon distances
You know
away.
why?
So
Because
it's not
real. That's why you shouldn't bother fearing it, because it's not real.
Let's take it from my perspective first.
That isn't real.
Ain't nothing hitting this earth, bro.
You
know what I like?
Let's just take it from one perspective.
One of the bigger asteroids or one of the bigger things to hit the earth and cause much damage is the one in Tunguska.
Never hit.
Ain't nothing hit. Exactly. They ain't nothing hit the earth. They said it blew up above. You know what? With all the shit we're starting to find outside, this is what I sincerely believe. There might have been a village over there and it was just destroyed. If something was destroyed, very well could have been a village over there that they just destroyed.
We are only who actually saw it.
Exactly. That's another thing. 1908. This is in 1908. They said this occurred. And they were like, "Oh, it just destroyed everything." Like, well, what did you film it? What happened? What's going on?
I agree that the anomaly of the way these trees are laying down is rather suspicious indeed. Yes. Wow. But to automatically conclude that it was because of some magical space rock that came in somehow through, I don't know how it got through the necessary containment of a closed system, but just to conclude that that's what occurred is really ridiculous. It really is.
Okay, like can I just I'll finish off my perspective just before.
Go ahead,
so I follow a guy on Twitter and he does simulations of trajectories, right? And sometimes you might say, "Oh, we've detected a particular asteroid or whatever, and it's got a number or whatever." But it's going to pass by like about 4 moon distances away from us, and it might be like 50 meters wide. That sort of stuff, that's never going to come into my mind as being something to worry about, because if there ever has been anything that's come down, most of the time you see them streak through the sky and they burn up. So we've got a pretty damn good sort of defense system as it is. When it hits the air, it hits it like most people say 1,700 miles per hour, and it obliterates as soon as it hits the atmosphere. So why would I fear it? I don't fear it.
Well, wait a second.
That's hilarious.
You got a lot of Narnia. You got a lot
laughing at me, but I was just trying to give you a
I got you. I got you.
I know where you're at, but there's a lot of Narnia involved with that, even that thought process right there.
Absolutely. Nothing tangible you can actually.
All right, so you're saying
what are you talking about? How many times have you seen someone show a video of an asteroid? There was one that flew over.
A video of an asteroid plate. Hold on.
a
I'm
couple
really
of shooting
trying to
star
get to
going
the
through
bottom.
Portugal. Some woman was taking a selfie of herself, and then suddenly a whole bunch of shit was streaking over her head. It
Okay,
happened.
so a whole bunch of shit was streaking over her head.
Yes.
All right.
It could have been anything, but I
There
mean,
you go.
but I mean,
there
with
you
footage.
go. There you
Yeah,
go.
we've seen, I'm sure you've seen stuff.
Did
like a
she
whole-
look? Did she have ravaging fear going through her eyes?
I've watched asteroid or meteor showers.
Yeah,
What they
we
call
just had
meteor
one a
showers.
couple of
I've
nights
watched
ago.
those. Now,
Yeah.
I mean,
what evidence or proof do I have that those are actually rocks from a place that violates the second law of thermodynamics and is scientifically impossible?
Exactly.
And coming into the obviously closed thermodynamic system of the Earth. Why would I believe that? What would give me any reason to think that those things I see in the sky are that?
well, you wouldn't, because at the very beginning of what you just said, you said, "What evidence do I have?" And I don't think that you've got any evidence, so there's nothing to talk about.
Right. Well, I mean, why would I even have that train of thought in the first place?
Well, no, of course not. You don't think about it.
Well, I mean, why would I think that anything could come in from outer space or go out to outer space? How is that possible? How can matter travel to and from a closed system?
What do you mean by closed system?
Thermodynamic closed system. There are three
What,
types.
what is your closed system?
You have an open system. You have a closed system. They cannot be one and both. Okay, you can have an open system, a closed system, or the isolated system. The isolated system is only theoretical at this point, and the best example that we have to it today, I would say, is the Yeti cooler or the really good thermos bottles. Okay,
okay.
so we're not an isolated system. We are obviously a closed system because energy can transfer between the systems, but matter cannot. If matter could transfer between these systems, we would all be dead and we would not be having this conversation right now.
I still don't understand what system you're actually talking about.
I'm talking about the Earth system.
Are you talking about the air we breathe? Is that essentially what you're talking about?
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that you don't have any proof of a real firmament.
I don't need proof of the firmament.
I'm sorry,
hold on.
Wait
Listen,
a minute.
listen to me.
There could be a closed system.
Listen to me. Okay. If I have a T-bone steak in front of me, I know that T-bone steak came from a cow. I don't need to see the cow. I don't need to know the cow's name. I don't need to know what color fur he had or anything else about the cow to determine that this steak came from a cow, knowing full well that a dynamic fluid pressure system such as we live in requires containment in order to exist, means that there has to be physical containment of the atmos we breathe, or we would not be breathing it.
Well, look, I think that that's fundamentally false. But I mean, that's not what I got on today.
Fundamentally, it's absolutely.
It's fundamental. Okay, it's fun. I believe it's fundamentally false.
Oh,
you tell me something.
Okay.
Okay, Vlad. I see you shaking your head. I know.
No. I want to know why would you think that's not
But that's
true?
the thing. Let me talk then. Let me talk without all the.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so down where you are, down where I am, right? We're breathing air, which is 15 psi.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
But again, we have this from Sea Lightning. He is asking.
Oh yeah.
Again. All right. So if you can answer that, please, and then.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes.
No. Sea Lightning. He must be Bitcoin. I can tell. Okay. So yes, it's summertime, right? Well, it's almost summertime right now for me. Right now, yes, the sun will be rising in the southeast, and it will be setting in the southwest.
Okay.
For me in Melbourne, when it's at meridian straight overhead, it will be over in the northern side. Does that make sense? So it comes down from the southeast and it goes up and sort of passes overhead, but it's actually leaning north when I'm during the middle of the day, during lunchtime. And when it sets, it will cast down towards the southwest.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty much
Yes,
what
it matches what
gather.
we're doing on the sun calculator thing. And I mean, this is what I actually did want to come in to show you that, you know, that Andrew Marsh thing I was mentioning to you like 2 weeks ago.
A couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to actually show you it because it's got some really cool things on it. But I mean, I'll answer this question, right?
Yes, please answer that question, please.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, so
De nada.
then yeah, thank you. He says thank you. All right. So okay, so down where we breathe, I'm guessing most of you guys are pretty close to sea level, right? The air we breathe is roughly about 14.9 or 15 psi in pressure. Right, so that means 15 pounds of air pressure is pushing against our body at all times, right? You go halfway up a mountain, you're probably going to reach about 7 psi of pressure. Okay, and if you're one of those people who goes up to the top of Mount Everest, right, you have to go and take a mask, a breathing mask, because the pressure is up at that level.
Less.
Adds about 5 psi. Right, if you get an aeroplane, right, and you're flying at cruising altitude, which I think it's like 35,000 feet, 36,000 feet,
yes.
something like.
Sure, yeah.
You're probably
on a commercial airplane, right?
Yeah, commercial. You're probably heading in maybe the 4 to. I don't know if it gets close to 3, but maybe 4 pounds of pressure per square inch.
Right. You can't live in that.
Now,
You can't breathe that.
Yeah, you can't breathe that. Yeah, as soon as the window blows out, you know.
And incidentally, it's not due to the lack of materials to breathe. It's due to the lack of pressure against your body that allows you to breathe.
That's right. Yeah, because you start boiling. As soon as you start passing a certain point,
you're not
the
gonna
air
boil
gets
it
thin,
that hard.
your skin gets dry, boiling points drop.
You will.
You start to your blood literally starts to boil.
Yes, you can reach boiling temperature at a much lower temperature.
No, it doesn't get hot. It doesn't get hot.
Sorry,
it's not due to the heat. You can actually put water in a vacuum chamber, and as you reduce the temperature in that chamber, the water will begin to boil. You can have a thermometer sticking in that water, and the temperature of that water doesn't rise.
Yeah, but I started with the word boiling. So boiling is part of that, right? So if you are up at that height, the water will boil at a lower temperature.
Yeah.
Okay, you agree with that?
Like
below
below body temperature.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what. I don't know what temperature it is when it's at aeroplane height. I don't know. Maybe it's like 30 degrees. I don't know.
Yeah, and so what I was saying was that even as you climb, you basically start to evaporate. Your body begins evaporating.
Well, no, sorry, we're not. I don't know. This is a little bit off topic. Evaporating. I don't entirely think we evaporate.
Boiling.
No.
We're
a big water bag.
So yes, and so a couple of things a couple of things. All right, give me a second, sorry. Give me a second. And so a couple of things is that your body starts to, in the dive community, we call it off gassing. So all the gas in your body basically starts to evaporate. Yeah, that's what's happening. You're boiling. Your body starts to evaporate. What is this thing? What is that thing? I've seen this before.
Look at that water boiling up into that other chamber. Look, can you see this?
Yeah, I see that.
And only with the heat of my hand. So let me show you what's going on here. Okay. The liquid was down here. The liquid was down in the bottom of the bulb. Okay. And it's now up into the top, and it's slowly coming back down. So what had happened there was I warmed the air in the bottom of this thing. And then because of the expansion of the air, because of the heat, just that little bit of heat, forced that liquid up that straw into the other chamber. It had nowhere else that it could go because the air inside here was expanding. Now it's staying up here because this hasn't quite cooled down enough to allow the volume of liquid to come down, but I can change that rather quickly. I can force it down merely by adding just a little bit of warmth to the top. Now this time it'll go up a little slower because it's already warm up in the top, but eventually all of it's going to go up into there. Okay, so boiling is not a react, it's just a symptom of heat and other things.
I get it and I agree.
Okay.
I get it, I agree. So at the moment my son's pestering me to get on the computer. So I wouldn't mind just wrapping up what I've actually said. So
yeah, go ahead. I apologize for interrupting though. Go ahead, man.
That's fine. I know. I mean, it was a good demonstration.
So you're basically,
I'm
I know
glad people were saying
you could take it to this point. So you saying that there is a air pressure gradient. Yes, I've heard this argument.
Yes, there's an air pressure gradient. And you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. There is yes, absolutely. But keep in mind, what kind of a gradient is it? A pressure
it's
gradient.
sort of inverse exponential.
Wait. Pressure cannot be its own source. Pressure cannot be its own source. An effect cannot be its own source. Okay? So pressure is an effect. We have a adjective in front of that, gradient, pressure gradient. So something has to be causing the pressure in order for there to be a gradient. Now I can take a pressurized cylinder of gas and I can heat one end of it and cool the other end of it and create a pressure gradient within that cylinder. As we rise in elevation, we start having the effects of temperature, dispersal area. We're much further away from the source of the production of the gases on the earth, and we start losing elements. Okay, so we are looking at the results of pressure dropping due to temperature, dispersal area, and compositional makeup as per Dalton's law. Okay, and what Dalton's law tells us is that the mixture of a gas is the sum product of the individual pressures of each one of the ingredients in that gas. So as we rise in elevation, we start to lose some of these elements. One of them primarily is going to be water. That's going to also contribute to a drop in pressure. And we also get a drop in temperature as a result of that. If you don't believe that water vapor has a lot to do with the temperatures on Earth, just go into a sauna and then pour water on the hot rocks and see how fast your ass gets out of that fucker because it's hot. Okay. So we start losing that. We also have a larger dispersal area. So these are the factors that are working together in this dynamic system that create this so-called pressure gradient. But pressure still of a gas still requires containment. And because otherwise you would exert no pressure on you when you displaced it. It would just move freely and expand to allow your body to occupy its space. But because it is confined, as your body displaces it, that air desperately wants to either go out of the container or be where you are. And neither of those things can happen. So it exerts pressure against your body.
Yeah.
In all directions. As it's
and then the more pressure you apply to your body with that air around it, you're going to force some of that gas inside of your body. This is how people get nitrogen narcosis. Mm-hmm. This is how you put them under pressure in water while they're breathing a mixture of air. Well, it's not even a mixture of air.
Without this contained without this specific pressure that we have, we wouldn't even have liquid water. There would be no liquid water anywhere because of the fact that it needs to be under pressure in order to be in a liquid form.
Can I finish? Because my son wants a computer. Sorry.
Swallow, man. Go ahead, bro, man. Go
sorry,
ahead.
I know time constraints, but yeah, I just want to finish my point.
yeah. I apologize, man. Please go ahead.
I mean, one thing I also like to talk about too, which I never really hear that much. You know, back when I was 15 and stuff, I actually used to work at a petrol station, right? And they used to always tell me you got to be careful with liquid petroleum gas, right? Because liquid petroleum gas actually just floats on the floor. you can't detect it because you have to get down really low to smell it.
Okay.
And so, yeah, it's a very big danger at petrol stations, right? Because it just walks on the floor, because it effectively only comes up about 1 foot up to your knee height.
Okay.
Right? And there's no container at your knees keeping it down. Now, anyway, can I finish what I was talking about?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I know, but there was I think that guy's talking to. I don't know. He's muted anyway. Okay, so
no, he can't say he's.
Yeah, sorry.
My
That's
microphone's been sitting here muted, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just
sure.
tell us
no
your
worries.
story, man. That's all.
Yeah, we're all
Okay,
muted.
so-
We're on mute.
Yep. As aeroplanes continue to go up high, I mean, you know, the aeroplanes that can go beyond max speed, like the Bluebirds and stuff like that.
Okay,
Those ones can go up much higher, right? And they can
The
detect
Blackbird, I know
the
what
air
you mean.
pressures. Huh? Is it
The
Bluebird or
Blackbird.
Blackbird? Blackbird. Yeah.
Blackbird.
Okay. So most of those ones can go up much higher, and the air pressure is even lower. I mean, the Concorde had
Yeah.
to go higher than the old 747 because the air pressure was much lower.
Right.
Now, this air pressure is actually, it's sort of like the rate that is actually going up is not consistent. It's more of a sort of an inverse exponential. So, yeah. So if you think about it like, I don't know, like it's the pressure down at the low end sort of, goes down at a medium speed. But as it gets higher and higher and higher, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner.
Right.
To the point where, once you're above like 60 kilometers high, maybe even 90 kilometers high, it's down to like, 0.1 of pounds of pressure per square inch.
Per square inch, right.
Right. Now, when you're at 100 kilometers high, which is called the Kármán line,
right,
there's no need for a container when the pressure is like 0.001 psi.
Is it 100?
Why would you need a container to hold in something that's 0.001 psi?
Wait, is it 100
So
meters?
where are you getting this
100 kilometers.
0.001? Wait, where are you getting this ridiculous pressure from? Where are you getting? And
All you need to do is look on
what
a pressure
instruments
website.
are you? No, listen to me now. You just told the biggest fucking fairy tale I ever heard in my life. Okay, what proof do you have of that? What instruments are used in an aircraft to detect what the pressure up there is? You can't use a standard barometer down like we're using.
Right.
Okay,
Not no aircraft.
and
Aircraft
especially from a
pressurized.
moving fucking platform. Okay, I'm sorry, that dog doesn't hunt. This is all.
Sorry, you can't say that that's false. You've got to go on a website and find it.
I can say that you don't have any substantiated proof of the nonsense that you were told that you're regurgitating to me right now. Now, even if there is a pressure gradient,
talk to someone who knows things about air pressure.
What did I tell you the fucking antecedent to pressure was? Remember, pressure is the antecedent to gradient, right? And containment is the antecedent of pressure. What is doing the pressing? It cannot be the source of its own effect.
I've got an answer for you, but you're not going to like it.
Gravity, right? Show me
Yes.
demonstrable evidence or proof.
Yes, gravity.
That big
Gravity. How's that meme go? Gravity, you idiot. Gravity.
Not only can you not prove
throw a
gravity.
tennis ball up in the sky.
Yeah.
What happens to it? It goes down.
Okay, throw a tennis ball.
Right, throw some
down
water in the
while
sky.
you're
What happens?
underwater.
It goes down.
Throw a tennis ball down while you're underwater. Why doesn't it go down to the ground?
Buoyancy, but that's another fucking topic altogether.
Not gravity.
No, it's not. No.
Not gravity, right?
Sorry.
Okay, so listen. Not only can't you prove gravity,
Little g
you
is in the
cannot prove
buoyancy
gravity.
question.
Listen to me. You
No,
can't
it's not,
prove
dude. No.
gravity
Little G's
having
bullshit.
any effect on a gas whatsoever.
Are you
None.
flying?
You cannot demonstrate a specific volume of any gas without containment. Never will you ever be able to demonstrate.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Did we not just agree maybe 20 minutes ago, because you had a 10-minute rant? Did we
About
not just
gradient?
agree that when we're at the top of Mount Everest, it's 5 pounds of pressure per square
Doesn't fucking
inch?
matter.
Where's the
pressure
container
cannot be the
between
source of
ground
its
level
own
and
effect.
Mount Everest?
Pressure
Where's the
cannot be-
container?
What's it? Wait,
What do
wait,
you
Come
mean,
on,
what
there's
is
a container between
You're still in
here
the-
and Mount
you're-
Everest.
You're still in the same system, dipshit.
It's the same.
No,
That's
you're
like-
not.
If you
Yes,
ever
you
okay, what
are.
happens?
The
if you are-
pressure
Let me ask you something.
gradient is
What
going
happens-
up. There's no
listen to me.
containers.
What happens when you go deeper and deeper underwater, and why does the pressure?
The pressure
increase?
goes up.
Oh, the
Yes, the
pressure
pressure
goes up.
It goes
Why?
up to the point where it crushed
Why
those
does it
people
go
like
up?
a year ago.
Why does it go up?
Gravity.
Gravity?
No, that's not.
No.
Yeah, because all the water is sitting on top of other
No,
water.
it-
More
the
water is
pressure
sitting on top of
listen
more
to me,
water.
ambient
Pressure
It
is
is
not
ambient.
exerted downward on you in the water.
And what's
Pressure
pushing
is
that water
not
down?
exerted down on you in
What's
the
pushing
water.
the water
It's
down?
exerted in on you at
What's
all
pushing the water
vectors.
down?
It
What's
goes
pushing the
in
water
on
down?
you.
What's
No, it
pushing the water
doesn't.
down?
No, it isn't.
Isn't
No,
water
he's saying-
finding
Then
its
why
level?
does
Hmm?
it? Then
Isn't
why
water
does
finding its
why
level?
why does stuff
water is.
crush in instead of
It's water
flat?
finding its level. It's going down.
Why
It's
does
gravity pulling
why
it.
do things crush in at deep pressure instead of flatten?
Yeah, because it's about 10 football fields of water on top of you.
It's all
Yeah.
around you.
It's
You're
around
Yeah,
displacement.
it's all
around
compacting
you.
on top of you. It's
No,
like being in a crowd of 100
it's
people and there's
not.
100 people
Dude,
above you.
Dude, stop arguing and listen to Saw for a second. Stop
It's
hollering. at
not
me, dude.
exclusive, bro. The pressure is exerting itself in on you due to displacement on all vectors inward
right.
on your body. Why? Because the
it.
water desperately wants to be where you are.
That's
okay?
right. Just like
You
a pile of
are-
100
listen,
bodies,
no,
everyone
you
wants to
are
be where you are.
displacing a greater amount the deeper you go. The same thing on Earth. You're displacing a greater amount than you are when you go up.
Yep.
Okay? That's no brainer. The bottom line is pressure cannot be the source of its own effect. Nothing can be the source of its own effect. So in order to have a pressure gradient, you have to have pressure. And the natural antecedent to gas pressure is containment. If you don't,
Okay, here you
believe
go.
me,
Stop.
ask your mechanic. If
Remember how I
pressure
said
is
at 100
containment.
kilometers, the pressure is 0.01 or thereabouts.
Do you
Where is
still
the
have
pressure from the top?
or not?
Where is the container pressure from the top if that pressure is 0.01?
Holy
Where?
fucking God. Where is the
Holy
container
fucking
for
God,
the
think
pressure
about it.
difference
Well,
between the
here's-
bottom of the ocean and the surface?
That's
Where's
the
the
thing,
containers in there, dumbass?
Where's
What
the
do you
container
not
at 100
understand
kilometers?
about displacement?
Where is it?
Where?
Where is
There's
it?
no container in the ocean either, is there? There's not
No,
one
that's
there
right.
making a gradient there, is there?
That's right. You can go and touch the
there's
top of the
not, but
water.
we have different pressures, don't we? Why?
Well,
Because they're a
mass-
contained volume. No, not mass.
Mass,
You know,
liquid, and gas. Sorry, let me finish what I was going to say. Mass, liquid, and gas have different mechanisms.
Of course
Mass,
they do. We're talking about gas,
yeah.
and it's,
Mass
it
just
has
wants
to
to
do
be
with
where it is.
fluid
Liquid can
dynamics.
flush where it is, and gas goes
Fluid
wherever it wants.
dynamics. Fluid. What does fluid mean? What does fluid mean?
Liquid.
No, it doesn't. What does fluid
Because
mean?
gas could be a fluid as well.
Yeah, well,
it can be.
gas can be a fluid.
Fluid
It all
is a
depends. It all depends on
characteristic of a
how
material.
on its
Fluid
on
is
how
a
dense it is.
characteristic of a material, and it incorporates liquids, it incorporates gases, and sometimes plasma. But that's a different state of matter too. Liquid and gas are two separate states of matter. However, they both display fluid properties. To treat gases as a contiguous mass is as stupid as thinking sand is a contiguous mass. It's made up of individual independent particles that don't give a fuck about one another.
Yeah, and each piece of sand is pushing down on the sand below it.
Yeah, well, try to
Yes,
pick up the
it
beach
is.
with a net.
Sorry.
Try to pick up the fucking
this is
beach
taking
with
a
a
little too
net.
long.
It's
I
not
gotta
a
pass it over
contiguous
to the computer.
mass.
So what?
This is
What-
taking
what-
too long. My kid wants to jump on the computer.
You probably should
Alright.
get it because you're
I-
just getting dumber and dumber every
No,
minute
I'm
you
not.
go.
No, I'm not.
All right, Swallow. All right,
Hey,
Swallow.
I'll
What's-
pass it off. I'll pass it off later. It's been lovely to come in and say hello again to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's likewise.
I would like to talk about that Andrew Marsh website one day.
Sure.
So
Sure.
obviously, it's a very crowded house tonight, so I'll pass it over.
Okay. All right. Do your thing, bro.
I'll
Your
have a
son's
chat
getting-
in probably the comments or something, and we'll talk about something. All right?
Yeah. You have a good one,
Huh?
man. Take care,
Yeah.
man.
You have a
All
good
right, bro.
night. See you later.
Yeah. You as well,
Bye.
man. All right. Bye.
When Socrates got called into court and he was given the option of hemlock or exile, He didn't bring his chillins with him.
Yeah.
So-
Oh man. Oh, my bad, Roger. Yeah,
You got
he
my gravity. You got my gravity. I
Man.
knew he was going there. Well, what the fuck? Oh, gravity.
Yeah,
Oh my
was
God.
He
shut
straight
the
called me a
Yeah.
liar last time he was in here, and I didn't
I
lie to
was
him
waiting
once.
for
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
waiting for Sove to pop.
he does the most. He does the most. But you know, my thing, one thing I've learned, sometimes you gotta let them roll. Let them roll, let them talk. And then it's like, nah, it don't work. It don't work like that. And
But
then
see,
at the
they
end, we
don't
prove
know any science. They scream the loudest about science, and they don't
science.
know
Yep.
the first fucking thing about the scientific method at all.
Yep.
Well, I
Yep.
saw some shit in the sky. It must be a rock from space. Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And you already said something can't be the source of itself, and then he goes gravity anyway.
Yeah. And that's the thing. He needed to hear the gravity. It's like his pacifier. So it's like, I'm sorry, man. It's not how it works.
It's the magic duct tape of all the globe. Get
God,
yours
dude.
today
God.
on sale.
Family
go
shit.
change
That
some
was fun as
diapers.
fuck, man. But family, yo, I'm gonna have to call it a night. I've got to be up in what time it is now.
I've been up
I got
here
to
a
be
long
up in
time.
5 hours.
And what a night!
All right, all right, all right.
Yep.
Oh, what
Hell
a
yeah.
night.
Into the abodes of the future.
Remember
Man,
1963.
guys, do
What
we
a
have,
lady, what a night.
do we have anything to say? Final thoughts, starting with Frank and working around the room. Go ahead, Frank.
Appreciate you having me on tonight, man. Good fun. Exposing the truth, calling out the lies. Sove popping, doing his thing. Good job, man.
Hell
Appreciate
yeah,
y'all.
man. Likewise, appreciate you too, man. Roger.
I don't have much to say except I'm going to go to Rockfin and start another channel over there. I've already got it set up.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
going to pass
true
that
indeed.
on.
As soon as you get that channel and you come in here, make sure you pass that off to us, man.
Absolutely. And Flats is going to come with me. He's going to let me promote his channel on Rockfin too. So.
Cool.
All right. Okay. Hell yeah. I love it.
I might give that one a shot too. See what's up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we got Jaren and everybody else. Austin's over there. Who else is on that thing? Hebler Productions, they're on there. And Melodome's got his channel on there too. So
and Richie from Boston.
Oh yeah. All right. Other than that, Swallow can swallow something, but I ain't gonna tell him what. He can figure it out on his own.
Swallow that dude. He be tripping. All right, man. All right, Mr. Disc Lord.
Good show, good show. I don't have much else to say. Looking forward to next time.
All right, man. We appreciate you
And
being
sleep well
here,
out
man.
there, or whatever you gotta do.
Yeah, man. I gotta get this sleep or act like I'm sleeping, blink for a long time. You know. But yeah, man, we appreciate you being here, brother, man. Much love, man, and thank you.
Happy to be here.
Yo, man. So like I say, man, don't just parrot shit. You know, because somebody you like or whatever says it or thinks it or whatever else, man, be your own thing. Don't trust anybody. You know what I'm saying? Don't trust nothing. You can't these days. So look into things, have a critical mind, use deductive reasoning, man. And it's okay to say, I don't know. Because what a positive thing that is, because what does I don't know lead to? But let's find out. And that's where we embark on missions of discovery. And yeah, we make mistakes and we end up wrong about things and we correct ourselves, but that's how we do, man. I mean, even as far as I'm sure globe people would have to agree, did Copernicus have everything 100% fucking right? No, because you guys have revised all that shit a bunch since then. Just the basic concept remains. Okay. So that, just like that, only using demonstrable, repeatable scientific tests of the observations we make. Unlike these other people, we need to, and by other people, I'm talking about the Globers, we need to actually apply the scientific method to the things that we're looking at using deductive reasoning. And it comes the same with this final experiment. Okay. What does it mean if they see a 24-hour sun? It means there's something we don't understand with the sun. That's what it means. It does not make the Earth a globe. It doesn't change all the physical impossibilities of the solar system, and the Earth system is described by the globe belief. And I call it a belief because it is. Right? That's pretty much it. You know, be careful. You filter out a good exercise, little mind exercise for everybody if you want. Just take a piece of paper, right? Make a T chart. And on one side, put fact, and on the other side, put belief. And everything you think when it comes up, just write it down on the appropriate spot. Is it a verifiable fact that I know, or is it a belief? And you'll find out that one side will fill up a fuckload higher than the other. Yep. That's it.
Man, very good points, man. Gentlemen, very good points. Very good salutes to everybody, man, and peace outs to everybody. And that's what's up. This is what we need to hear, and this is basically how we should close and understand the world as flat earthers, man. Having to come back to that harsh reality of maybe we just don't know and we need to find out. We need to keep reminding ourselves these things, and that we just can't take a lot of this information that we've gotten at face value just because we like somebody or just because we think we can trust them. We have to do our due diligence at all times. This is why we're here as flat earthers, true earthers, because we got to that point to where we've done that groundwork to where it's like, holy shit, it is flat. But we need to continue down that path. Let's not get off that path, and we need to remember that these things are necessary, right? The growing pains are necessary if we want to be our best selves. And if we truly want to understand this world, we have to do the hard part. We have to continue to do the hard stuff. Yes, it's good that we're here, but there's more learning to do at the end of the day, and we can't forget that.
And I also agree with, there's a lot of people, smart people in the chat. They were talking about that. Yeah, I would like to know what's in the north. Absolutely, 100%. I mean, I was always fascinated when I went to the planetarium. That was really cool, and I looked up at the stuff on there. I really enjoyed it. But then, after a little while, I was pretty fascinated with that projector in the center. I was pretty fascinated with how that projector in the center. Have you ever seen one?
The projector
at the
in
planetarium.
Yes.
It's like a series of different lenses all in on a sphere.
And we get this magical, beautiful thing on the ceiling of the planetarium, and it looks amazing. I love those. I love planetariums, man.
So maybe
I ain't
there's
even
something
gonna lie
like
to
that
you.
in the north. Who knows? Maybe there's something like that in the north. Who knows?
Yeah. And the firmament could be a projector screen. Who knows? It's wild.
Like in the Hunger Games.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we had some good dinosaur brainwashing in the planetarium in Denmark. A lot of dinosaur stuff and universe stuff.
See? And when you see through the bullshit, all you could do is laugh in disgust. It's not even laughing in humor. It's just disgust. It's like, oh, what the hell? I believed this at one time. They got me. Now they have all these other clowns. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Now, there is a Bible scripture for 1 Timothy 6:20. I think this right here basically sums up how we believe as flat earthers. I'm going to look it up real quick so I don't just talk the mess. There we go. Oh man, right on time. And it says, oh man, I'm lucky. That's right on time. Let me share that with y'all so we can all see it. But I love this verse because it's the truth. And it says, can you guys see it? Oh man, it's mad small, but I'll increase it for y'all.
Just hit your Control plus key.
Yeah, I did that on my own.
Better?
There you go.
All right. And it says, 1 Timothy 6:20-21. And oh, my dear Timothy, guard the treasure you were given. Guard it with your life and avoid the talk show, religion, and the practice confusion of the so-called experts. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Avoid the talk show religion. You know what they call that? Science. Avoid the BS sciences, or the things that they call science, and the practice confusion of the so-called experts. People caught up in a lot of talk can miss the whole point of faith. Overwhelming grace keep you.
Oh, nice.
Remember that. Take a look in your other scriptures. You can see it worded differently, and it may resonate different with many of us. It may resonate different with many of us. So make sure you take a look at that. 1 Timothy 6:20. Yeah. Anyway,
Man,
family.
I'm just now noticing your foot. Is that Jason hacking at a globe?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
All right, cool. I just noticed what that was, man. I didn't even see it before.
Yeah. Yeah. Right there in the top right. Yep, with this little machete over there.
You're ever in the woods and you hear that going, get the fuck on. Go away. Don't go in there, man. And if you're young couples looking for abandoned places to have sex in, don't do
it.
Don't.
Jason's there ready
use Dad's Buick, you know?
Yep. He's ready to play some hacky hack with you with that machete. But yeah, man. It's been a good night, man. It was a good night. It was a solid night. We had Saab, Frank, Roger, 21.
Yes, sir.
Man, everybody was in the house, man, and we were striking, man. We were striking at all the irons tonight. So it's amazing. It's good. We're going to be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Flat Earth Friday. So it's something Thursday, but tomorrow is Friday, and we got to be here again, and we going all out.
It's fucking time.
You know how it is. You got to fire it up on Little Friday.
That's right.
Get
You
ready for
already
Big
know.
Friday.
Yep. So
I can't believe it, man. Time is just fucking whipping, man. I can't get past it. It's just.
Yep. Shit. Well, family, that's all we got. Thanks for being here tonight. And please make sure to join us tomorrow. We're going to be here. I think it's going to be around like 10:30 or some shit. Anyway, for Flat Earth Friday. And I can't wait to have you all back here again. And guys in the panel, please be sure to join us once again. We'd love to have you here again.
Sounds good.
All right. So with that, family, I wish you nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom. And with that, family, I love y'all. I'm out again tomorrow, Flat Earth Friday. Peace.
Peace out, man.
Peace.
Bye, guys.